amazing view with us. We are seeing all of you, but we have opening your camera. So if you can, please open your camera. It shall be a good thing. And to join us, yes, from different Arab regions. Of course, Morocco. Sorry for forgetting Morocco. We have also teams from Morocco, Egypt, of course. So I'm waiting everyone to have like this camera open if they can too. Asad صديقي, how are you?
السلام عليكم، تحياتي يا جماعة.
عليكم السلام باسم.
وعليكم السلام.
كيف حالك يا أسعد؟
الحمد لله نشكر الله. صديق حسين يسعدك.
يسعدك يا أسعد. Yes, يعني we will talk in English, but we have like some Salam alaikum Arabic. Yeah, but yeah. I'm telling the other people because we have people from different regions, so maybe the Arabic will be somehow hard to them. Happy to see all of you again. Yeah.
So hello again in English version.
Yeah. How are you again? The English version, yes. Okay. Let us start in 1 minute. Okay, from now. I think it will be more than enough to be ready.
start training دلوقتي حالا for 5 hours. لا أنا in Zoom. Starting a training for 5 hours. I would either call you لو مش هبقى متأخر معاكم بالليل I will text you يا إما هكلمك الصبح. أنت رجعتي الجامعة؟ طيب خلاص ماشي اوكي حقك يلا باي باي. Okay, bye.
Okay, so I think welcoming you again, everyone from different Arab regions. I'm happy to have you in this 5th edition, and glad to have that I will meet all of you very soon, even in United Arab Emirates and in Jitex. So happy to have you. Let me give you a short introduction about today's training. We have today Intersection.World company, and Intersection, they are working to empower entrepreneurs to create user-friendly and beneficial products and services. They provide facilitation workshops on topics such as user research, prototyping and testing, as well as co-working spaces, amenities, and vibrant local communities where they can collaborate and learn from each other. And we have here Mr. Ashraf Tawakkul. Please, all of you, we will have to mute your mics, okay? And you can open when Mr. Ashraf or me can allow you to do this, inshallah, along the day. So for the trainers, we have Mr. Ashraf Tawakkul. He's an accomplished senior executive and entrepreneur, specializes in organizational and human-centered design with over 30 years of experience in leadership, designing, managing, and marketing digital products and services. He is a certified director, entrepreneurial leader, business and product innovator, architect and storyteller. He is qualified with a master in arts in Islamic art and architecture, coupled with a baccalaureate in architecture. He is also a co-founder and CEO of Intersection.World. And Mr. Ashraf is also a visiting assistant professor of practice at Nile University. Also, we have engineer Kariman Qadri. She is a professional architect, interior and product designer with over 16 years of experience in designing and implementing architectural and digital projects. She is also an entrepreneur, certified green business modeling designer and trainer, and co-founder, managing partner, and principal designer at Intersection.World. Also, Ms. Kariman coaches and facilitates green business designs, design thinking, and storytelling for young designers, handcrafters, and entrepreneurs. Thank you so much again, and enjoy the session. We will have this session today. It's like an interactive one. Everyone will have to answer, to interact with Mr. Ashraf and Ms. Kariman, and we will have like maybe it's a 5 hours on as we said, but you will feel like it's 30 minutes only. So have fun, and the mic with you, Mr. Ashraf and Ms. Kariman. Thank you so much.
Thank you for this nice introduction. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You saved us some time. So my name is Ashraf Tawakkul. Today we're going to be talking about value creation. Every time you hear about entrepreneurship, we always say entrepreneurship and innovation. ريادة الأعمال والإبداع أو الابتكار in Arabic. Being so long in this field myself, and for some time, of course, for my business partner and colleague Kariman, we are going to question some things that you have today, and hopefully by the end of the day, we would have succeeded in changing, or not changing, actually, I like to say, ensuring that you are on the right path on your entrepreneurial journey. So without further, intersection, we believe in one main thing, which is success has nothing to do with the next big idea or the next big thing. So our mission is to unlocking the success without having to dream about the next big thing. We were founded, Intersection was actually running as a company called 49. People who attended training with me before that maybe know this. It was founded actually in 2017, and we, Kariman joined with me in early 2021, and we branded the company into the name of intersection.world. Our mission is to create and empower others to craft human-centered. This is number one. It has to be human-centered. It has to be useful for people. Then it should be beautiful, and before all of this, it has to be sustainable. And whatever you do, this is the new world. Welcome to the new world. We call it experiences. So if you're doing a hardware, you're doing software, at the end of the day, it's an experience your customer is going to have. Either it's going to be a good experience or a bad experience, no matter how good and how great the idea is. We envision a world where innovation thrives at the intersection of experience design, sustainable business, and continuous learning. Who will fail to continuously learn in the next coming decade is going to be left behind, because AI is coming and is continuously learning very, very, very fast. We have decades, both of us, we have combined more than 50 years of experience, hands-on experience in human-centered design. And we provide, as Hussein said, experience design, venture design, and training. Very quickly, I am the CEO and founder. I am a designer and an architect. I have been working for more than 36 years now. And that's enough for me. Kariman is our big sustainability advocate. She has been on a journey for proving sustainable designs since she graduated 16 or 17 years ago. She has diverse expertise and a remarkable track record with wide range of products, all the way from architecture to product design. And she has a global reach because she worked in Egypt, Saudi Arabia, the Gulf, and Germany, and some other European countries. We hope today that we take you on a journey. Please feel free to interrupt us if we are going fast. I know it's 5 hours. There is a lot to cover today because time with JITEX is usually very tight. We are planning to have at least 2 breaks, so don't worry. You will have time. We need time to pray, and you will have time to go to the bathroom and grab a cup of tea or a cup of coffee. Without any delay, let's ask a question, and you can answer either in the chat or you can just raise your hand and answer. What is a product or a service? Come on, guys. We're just starting the day.
To interact with us, so you can focus more.
You can use the chat. You can either raise your hand and talk. Okay.
Yeah, Rami, Salah,
Yusuf.
Yusuf.
Product is a thing that people need, that we, that an entrepreneur or project manager start to work on for the people needs and to sell it for them. We can say that product is a very large project also, that should a startup or a team work on. I can't give another meaning for product.
Okay, Yusuf.
Okay. A product is something like look what people need and do it for him and you get money or something else يعني. It's like يعني خدمة انك بتقدمها للكاستمر تبعونك بحيث انك تعطيهم اللي هو your service او شيء بحل لهم مشكلة مقابل انك تاخذ عليها اجرك او تاخذ عليها مكافأة.
اوكي طيب كان عندنا يونا. يس يونا كانت رافعه ايدها وبعدين اختفت.
Yes, I think product mean that any item or service that I sell to serve a customer or people need or want or something like that.
اوكي
We have in the chat also.
عندنا حاجات في الشات. اوكي منال an item made for sale. We have Lina, a product is something that you can physically provide that customers need. A service is something you provide to a customer. A product or a service, this is Warisha, or service, the context of business, أنا بقرا من تحت لفوق معلش, is usually something offered in exchange for money.
Okay.
Smart, Ria, I need something.
Anything that is.
Okay. Ayub, anything can be in market to satisfy a desire or a need.
Or a need.
Okay, let's take a look at this picture.
Yeah, how many products here in this picture? Tell us and take 30 minutes, think about it.
30 seconds.
Count. 30 seconds, sorry. 30 minutes. 30 seconds.
Ahmed is raising his hand. You want to answer the first one or let's move على طول السلايد دي. How many products do we have here as Kariman just asked?
I think 4.
4. What are they, Yuna?
Book, table, and carpet, and sofa.
And sofa, okay. Yuna said 4. Who's gonna say 5? Ahmed?
I think also the glass of the table is a product.
Okay, 5. Who's gonna say 6?
I can say 5. I can include the camera too.
And the camera, okay. Who says 7?
I say 7.
How many?
The place too is accountable.
Who's saying 10? Can I hear 10?
The wood that used to make the book or that is used to make the paper.
Okay, who's saying 12?
The meter table.
Do I hear a 12?
No.
Ahmed Ahmed?
The metal table, I said.
The metal of the table.
Who said that this is a book? Who said that this is a book?
Yes, it's knowledge in the book product also.
Aywa, who said it's a book? Why is it a book?
No, it's a knowledge in the book.
Because there is knowledge in the book, so the knowledge is another product.
Yes, it's sure.
Okay, so the book is actually 2 products, but the book has a cover from carton and paper. So actually the book in its own has 6 products. But if you look a little bit closely, you will find there is a black ribbon in the book, which is the binder. So that's textile. So that's another product. Now, the frame of the table is made out of metal. That's a product. The sofa is made out of a material and there is a frame handling it. So that's 3 products. So actually, if we keep counting like that, this thing here, this picture here, and everything you look at every day has endless products. So the thing that I want you to remember very well before we go into the needs, that a product is the sum of all its parts. A product or a service, even if a service, let's take Facebook. What makes Facebook a Facebook? Because it has a chat. it has a messenger, it has a status, it has a timeline. We can put photos. Every one of these are a product. And every part of that product has smaller products, even in software and virtual. So the product to be useful, it has to be made out of smaller products. It's going to be very, very rare as an entrepreneur nowadays to come up with a product that is made from genuine new material. That's not going to happen. So what makes a product useful is by combining other products and other services into it. So remember this, because we're going to use it. It's very, very important. A product in its own to be useful to people, as you said, to solve a problem. There is something important more than that. As a mere product, for now, it's the sum of all its parts. And you said it serves a customer. So my next question is, Kariman, who is the customer, ya shabab? Who is a customer? What is this girl doing?
The individual that uses the server, the service or the product that I provide.
She's looking about what? Muhammad, excuse me again. Type Yusuf.
She just look in the product. It will find what she needs. Just
Yuna.
I think it's an individual or business that purchases another company's good or service or something like that.
What is she doing? Look at the picture and tell me, what is she doing?
Can I say?
Ahmed, please go ahead.
Yes.
I think that. Okay. Sorry.
All the users that can gain a benefit from our service or our product. So all the people that can gain that benefits, we call it. We call them.
Okay, but what is a benefit?
What is a benefit?
Yeah. قربتوا حد تاني عنده إضافة? Anybody else?
Yeah. Can I talk?
Yes, please, Ahmed. Go ahead.
Okay, so I think that she's looking for something to satisfy her needs.
Okay, what do you call this?
Something that
she's looking for.
Specification. Ingredients.
Specification. Okay, let's say first of all, because I always have this argument. Is this girl looking for juice or she's looking for a hair conditioner? It doesn't make a difference. If this is a stand for juices or it's a stand for hair shampoo. What makes the product a product here is the sum of its parts. There are different types of bottles with different colors, with different ingredients. So every product is different from the other one because of the sum of all its products. So what actually she is looking at, she is reading the sum of the products. Why?
Okay, guys, how many person here looking? I used to look in the ingredients when he goes to supermarket. Who used to make to look to the ingredients? Yes, Ahmed, please.
Me?
Yeah, you are raising your hand.
Any of the Ahmeds, I think Ahmed and Muhammad is going
I think because she is looking about the value of this product.
Yes, Ahmed, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you. She is looking for value.
Value, yeah.
So our second thing is that the product is the sum of all its parts, and those parts are put together to look nice, to be useful, but most important, what makes a customer buy it is that it's useful for that specific customer. If she picks my product and then she decides it doesn't have value for her, she's gonna put it back and she's not my customer. Does everybody get this concept? So what is value?
The value. Value mean?
What is
What
value?
value mean? Come on, Nermeen. You raise your hand. You raised your hand 2 minutes ago.
Oops.
Okay, Muhammad. You can answer if you want.
Yes, it is the benefit or the thing that will fulfill my need, or how much
How do you decide
efficient.
for you personally, Muhammad? How do you decide its benefit?
Can you repeat the question?
For yourself, if you buy something because it's a benefit, it has benefit. How do you decide it has a benefit?
The quality and the efficiency of the product.
Quality and what?
Efficiency.
And features, okay. Nermeen?
I guess the value is the worth or importance that a product or service brings to customers.
No, say that again, please. We have a problem
The
with
worth or importance that a product or service brings to a customer.
Okay. Not bad still, but more like Muhammad. Yuna?
As Nermeen say, the importance, and I want to add usefulness or efficiency for the product.
Okay. Ahmed?
Yes, the quality and the price.
The quality and the price. So, يعني, okay, أنت قربت شوي. Okay, guys, how many of you started his business with an idea? Raise your hand. Everybody who started his entrepreneurship journey because he had an idea. Raise his hand or her hand. Oh, 3 only? 4, 5. Okay, guys.
Again,
Now,
please. Again.
okay, now that's good. I guess most of you, but you're shy to raise your hand. Okay, and we're here today to tell you otherwise. Now, value is the start of the journey as a business. And business is what? Numbers. It's concrete. You cannot have a vague answer what value is. You cannot. That's the problem with big ideas. So price, okay, that's good. Price is numbers. And quality. Can anybody define quality for me? It is subjective. We need things that we can measure. So the good news is value has a map.
Basically the thing that is have been valued.
Yeah, value will be valued. It has to be valued with an ED. So value has 4 sections. I will take the simple one and say the financials, the price. The price, first of all, I say I'm selling a shampoo. Okay. It has to have the same price value, the same monetary value of whatever shampoos are there, regardless of my innovation, regardless of my big idea. Kariman? What else? The other part?
It has to be functional. You cannot serve a value without function. The function is the first thing. The value is delivered.
So if I say I'm introducing a new shampoo, and this new shampoo is cheaper or in the same average of everybody, you put it in a very nice package, and then people try it, and their hair stays dirty, still has the sweating smell. It's not functioning. Nobody's gonna buy it. If I sell you a car, and in Emirates and in the Gulf, we have these fancy cars with gold and silver and natural leather and all the bells and whistles. And then you put you sit in the car, you turn it on,
yeah,
and it doesn't accelerate. You're not gonna buy it. You're gonna return it. It has to function, and function from the point of view of the customer. That's what was the girl looking for. She was, number one, making sure that the ingredients are going to function in her favor. That is what we call value. That's part of the value. So
the main parts are functional and financial. And you can add.
Exactly.
Yeah, without function and financial part, there is no value. And there is amenities, or we can add two other sides of the value. We call it social and
psychology. So let's start with those social. What is a social value?
Yeah, what do you think about
what is the most famous social value? Guys, you're living in Dubai or you're coming visiting Dubai. You are in this thing all the day. Does anybody know?
The media about this.
No. How many people here raise your hand if you own an iPhone?
Yeah.
Okay.
I guess the positive impact or benefit of the product.
We call it, Nermeen, you're right. We call that status.
Yeah.
So people who can afford to buy an expensive car, they are buying it because it's expensive. Now they are paying the difference in what we call it the social value. One of the most famous social values that you can add to a product is status. Now, the most prestigious, unfortunately, that's how Apple is marketing their phone. So if you want to show off that you're no less than anybody, you go and buy an iPhone. And that's why iPhones are not going down in price. They started cheap and they are getting more expensive by the year. And they never go down in price. Why? Because he's adding value. He established the function with the normal price, and he's adding social and the psychological, we call it emotional, and he's adding emotional value every day. So that's why
especially in Gulf, we live with this value, social value, in a wide range.
Yes, emotional value. Does anybody have an idea what emotional value is? Kariman, can you give us an example?
If you buy Mercedes car, why did you choose a car like Mercedes or BM? Can you tell us? If you want to buy a car and you have money, you have a lot of money, so you can choose from BM and
why
Mercedes.
Some people buy a Mercedes, others buy a Porsche or a BMW.
Being happy and feeling good about what they buy.
Again, يا يونا تاني معلش.
Being happy and feeling good, that derive for service.
Yes, exactly. Being happy and feeling good. That's emotional. But that doesn't happen with a Mercedes. A Mercedes is mainly a social status. Does anybody know what its emotional value is? The boys and the girls, of course. Boys and girls. Girls are driving now. Okay. No discrimination here. Huh?
Sometimes people look to show themselves.
No, showing themselves is social status. Is a social value.
No, emotional value could.
Yeah, what's the emotional value specifically or the psychological value specifically of Mercedes? Because they advertise the car with it.
It could be like the reputation of something. You know, if it has a really good reputation, you know, then people would.
No.
Maybe.
Positive feeling.
No.
Maybe the comfort and
maybe this satisfaction feeling. Sorry.
Using the brand.
No. The people buying, the satisfaction because of what?
Yes.
Prestige.
No, the prestige. Now you're in social
services.
Okay, now does anybody know how Mercedes promote their car?
Oh.
You have to pay attention.
They say it's the best, so you think it's the best?
No, they say Mercedes is a car for heavy accidents. Mercedes is the safest car in all the tests. It's the only car that has an unbreaking steel frame inside the chamber.
So we feel more protective?
It's more protected. So people who buy Mercedes, the social value is they're showing status because Mercedes is high, but the emotional value they're paying the money in is safety. While BMW and Porsche, they're showing off, that's the social. The psychological is design, is the beauty. I am a sporty guy, that's emotional. I am feeling good inside it. I am feeling young.
I'm feeling fast too.
Feeling fast, exactly. That's emotional, that's psychological. So gradually, an entrepreneur, eventually, and the company, of course, it used to be a startup one day. By understanding that a product is a sum of all its parts, and then now we understand for it to be valuable to the customer, so it creates a customer, it has to be the sum of all its value divisions. It has to be properly priced, not cheaper, not what happens if somebody replicates, China did that, replicates Mercedes in everything, and then just release it in the market for half its price. It doesn't take the same value. People, it ends up going to a new customer segment. But when you really look at that customer segment needs, you will find the map is different. The more value the product has, the higher the financial return has to be. Whether you take it, and we'll talk about that towards the end, whether you take the financial return directly, like in cars, or indirectly, like other products. Are there any questions here? Okay, so now we understand that a product is a sum of all its parts, and a customer is somebody looking for value, and value comes from different places. Right? Now, that is very hard to do as just a big idea. We'll talk about that later. Kariman, what you wanted to say something, please?
No, I just asked them if they have any questions before we go to the next slide.
Yuna, you have your hand risen. You want to ask something, or this is from the last question?
From the last question, so sorry.
No. Don't apologize.
Okay.
I have a question, if I may.
Please.
How do you compare different values between like financial and psychological? So you gave the example of Mercedes and China copying them. So let's say they create the same exact car, but China is half the price. So
what will the price do, ya Ahmed?
No, but financially the customer is gaining, right? But psychologically they're not.
Yes. So in that time, in that term, the guy who can afford to pay for the Mercedes, he's paying that amount of money and he's convinced. So for him, when he sees the other car, what is going to happen? He's going to question the psychological.
Okay, I understand.
That's the problem, that now China is raising their prices because they understood this. That was the problem with the Chinese thing. Anything Chinese, no matter if we can say the function, the social and the psychological values represent quality, if we can say that, no matter how much value they have in it, because they were slashing prices hard because they can, they got the reputation that the products break. They got the reputation that they are imitations. They got the reputation, you get what I mean?
Yeah, so even if like the other three parts don't outweigh the psychological effect, the psychological value is kind of the most important here. The customer needs
but
to...
it's the most difficult to add. And you cannot start a product with a psychological value. You have, you have to have it in mind and build it up, because psychological value is most probably going to change some of the behavior. And that's what we're going to talk about in a minute. And that's what innovation is all about. We change behaviors. So it takes time. Okay.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Yes.
Okay. Now let's take a quick crash course in economics. How many people here are from economic background? Okay, so does anybody know what the word scarcity means?
The lack of something
is the word.
Again, ya Warisha?
The lack of something.
The lack of something, exactly. Somebody else has another definition? That's right, the lack of something. Okay, so let's talk. I know that you are in Dubai, you're not in Abu Dhabi. So in Dubai, any capital country, which is like the Western world and most of the Arab states, not all of them, with exception to Syria, are tag named capitalism. Capitalism is based on two things. That's very simple introduction to capitalism. The theory of capitalism, or the theory of capital, the capitalism theory, was invented by, anybody knows? Adam Smith in early 1800s. And to make it very simple for you to understand it, it's based on two pillars. The first one is scarcity. So for Saudi Arabia, for Qatar, for Abu Dhabi, they have oil. And petroleum or oil is a scarce product. Everyone on earth needs oil for their cars, for their engines, for their factories, for blah, 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 blah. But only by God, a select number of countries have oil. For them to keep scarcity so they can raise the price, they made OAPEC. And recently, OAPEC, a couple of months ago, the States has been asking OAPEC and Saudi, trying to lobby with Saudis to lower the price of petrol, oil, and then the Saudis went into with the OAPEC and they decided to lower their production, to keep the price high. Because the lower the production, the more scarcity. Okay? But so
no, it's just a definition. It's like there is a high demand, but the supply is limited.
Yeah, supply and demand, don't mistake between them. Supply and demand only happens if there is a scarcity. It's not the other way around. It's not the other way around. That's why. So if we have scarcity and we can keep it, we create demand on it. So the more scarcity, this means the less supply, the higher the demand. But if there is no demand, assassin, then it's not in scarce. And scarcity is what is relative. Most of you are very young, including my partner. I used to come to, I was raised in Saudi Arabia. My high school was in Saudi Arabia. That was back in the 70s. And I'm coming to Dubai from the 80s. Even when the Gulf states had oil exported very expensive, oil in our countries, in Saudi and Emirates, was extremely cheap. Extremely cheap, because we have it. It's because we started these countries now, as they modernized and they got more developed, they started moving into a more solid economic thing, and they understood that even if we have plenty of it and we produce it, we can't have two prices. That's not healthy. So they started raising the prices of petrol in the stations. So scarcity is relative. Take a look at this picture and tell me what's happening here.
Can you explain this picture for us?
أي حد من مصر؟
مصر يعني.
قوم الدنيا. Okay, this is a sad picture that I took some years ago in one of the remote villages in Egypt. And this village doesn't have clean drinking water supply. They have water, but the supplied water is not for drinking. They wash with it, they irrigate with it, they can't drink it. So here's an entrepreneur. Can anybody show me where the entrepreneur is in this picture?
The entrepreneur here.
Ahmed?
The person that has more than one bottle, so they can fill it up and...
No.
The provider of that bottles?
Again, no, raise your voice, please.
The one who provides them with the bottles?
I can't hear you clearly, but I guess you answered it right. Anybody else?
Is it the car that transports?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
The guy who owns the car.
Yep.
This guy most probably is sourcing the water for free. He's coming from a village nearby that has clear drinking water. He passes by a mosque, fills in his tank for free, drives 50, 60 kilometers, and the moment he comes, people know he's coming. They run to him with their big tanks, and he sells the tank for 10 pounds. He fills the tank with clean water for 10 pounds. So he made value. But see where the value came from. Again, from scarcity. Water was not in scarce. It's not a scarcity 50 kilometers away. So he was able to take it cheap or for no money at all, and then go with it to a place where water, drinking water, is not available, where it's scarcity. So even scarcity is relative. This relativeness is what makes even political conflicts today, until now. The whole idea of what's happening between, regardless of who is pushing who, but what is happening for almost 2 years now between Ukraine and Russia is about relative scarcity and control. All through the history, it was only Adam Smith who grabbed it and made an economic theory out of it, as well did Karl Marx. Both of them, their theories are economically, but they turned into politics. And they have a lot of resemblance. The difference between both of them is how to control and distribute the wealth. So, regardless of Karl Marx, let's focus on Adam Smith. This is the one that is prevailing now, and it's the more natural. The scarcity, who controls the scarcity becomes powerful. And politics is all about power. But again, scarcity is relative. So, guess what Kariman is doing to the scarcity now? Kariman, my dear partner, and what I like to call the sustainability advocate. She is pushing good for Dubai, but not good for Abu Dhabi, Qatar, and Saudi. Sustainability is going to make the scarcity of oil less valuable. Lay. Because of sustainability, we're looking for renewable sources of energy. The moment every country starts generating clean energy from the sun, from the wind, oil is got to no value. It's not going to be scarce anymore. So scarcity can be overcome by an alternative.
Yeah.
If the alternative is higher in value or better in another value. So what is sustainability selling now today? In our 4-quadrant value, it's selling what?
Electric cars.
Yes, but why people are buying the electric car?
Because the power is renewable energy.
Yes, but what part of the value is it satisfying? Functional or financial or social or psychological?
All.
Yeah, that's if you, my friend, are most likely like my partner. That's if you are a sustainability advocate. But for a normal person,
financial.
Some people say financial, other people say psychological. Most of the people I know who live now into bold action of sustainability, they do it because they feel that somebody has to take action. It's a psychological. We're afraid we're not going to find another planet. Now everybody started to be afraid because for decades now we watch movies and after 5-6 years they come true. So everybody now with this sustainability and the global warming is saying, oh God, now that we are going to travel in spaceships and find another planet, all these movies are going to come true. Screen sharing has stopped. I apologize. There we go. I don't know why, but you get what I mean. Oh no, this is not the right thing. Okay. Okay. I hate Zoom when it does this.
Nice.
There we go. Okay. So, but to take an opportunity of scarcity, that's the rest of Adam Smith's theory. For the capital economy to work, there must be scarcity and there must be resources to take advantage of that scarcity. These are like the basic 2 elements of capitalism, which by being an entrepreneur, as you're going to see now, you are in the red circle. Guys, welcome to capitalism. You are capitalists. Okay? So,
have a land working from
yes, exactly. The first resource is having a piece of land. Leah, can you, what I have, I am a virtual thing. I am Facebook. Where is the land?
From your room with your laptop, you definitely have a land working from it. Even 1 meter square meter, it's a land. You
and
cannot have a,
guys, do you really believe do you really believe it's in the cloud? There is nothing called the cloud. This is imaginary. The cloud is made up of servers that are sitting somewhere and they are connected. That's the cloud. but it's not in the air. So land is extremely an important element.
Yeah, and it's must.
It's a must.
No entrepreneur without a land resource.
Even if you're working from your home, you're utilizing, as exactly like Kariman said, you're utilizing a meter by meter where your desk is working on it. That's a piece of land. It has value. And it has a price. Maybe you're sitting in your dad's home and your dad owns the home, so you don't feel it, but it's a price. Yuna, please.
Okay, we can say that land is energy resources, or what?
It's an initial resource, yes. And you have to count it always, each time. Don't forget ever when you're building your startup and you're looking at it and you're moving that you're utilizing a piece of land, even if you're working from home.
Virtual, yeah. Even you are building a team virtual, you will count the land, count the price of the land.
Since COVID, me and Kariman and our workers, we're working remotely. We have an office in a place called Roxy in Cairo, in Egypt, and it's been closed for more than 2 years. Because everybody wants to work remotely. But does this mean we don't have a piece of land? I am sitting I had to make an office at my home. That's a piece of land. Kariman had to set up an office at home. That's another piece of land. And frankly speaking, maybe if we calculate them together along with our other employees, that value of this land combined might be more expensive than having an office. Can you imagine that? So it's always there. The second thing you need to have is capital. Does anybody know what capital means?
I guess the financial resources, tools, equipment, and machinery.
No. Nermeen, from where are you, Nermeen?
From Palestine.
Then? Palestine. Okay, so يعني Nermeen, انت from Palestine, you've been ever to Palestine, or you're from Palestine and living in UAE?
No, I'm living in Palestine.
Okay, so you most probably have the same thing that we have in Egypt. That's maybe rare to see in UAE. I'll tell you about it, but after I take Yuna and Tariq. Yuna?
Before this, I take economic course. So that I remember that capital is physical goods that are produced and used to produce other goods.
Okay, so drop the first part that are produced, because this puts you in a circle. But you are right. Capital is anything you use to create value. That is capital. People mix it with, like what happened with Nermeen, they mix it with cash or with finance, because you need the finance to buy with it capital. But guess what? That's why I told her Egypt and Palestine, all the day, if you walk in Egypt, you find the workers, the building, the construction workers sitting on the street, having a hammer in front of them. That's their capital. They're showing their capital so that you can hire them to do work. They didn't.
Sometimes
capital is what
sometimes.
Yes, تفضلي كمان.
What do you own? Sometimes capital we can it can equal your brain, your talent, your knowledge that you will serve to another people.
Yeah, that's intersection.word.
Yeah, instance, that's the value.
Our main capital that we use is our expertise and the knowledge we learned across the years. And that not just us, any consultancy, big consultancy you hear about, like McKinsey, Booz Allen, Capgemini, Price Waterhouse, all Deloitte, all these big names. Forget the computers, their main capital is their brains.
Yeah, others have their handy work, like handcraft, or they have the talent in their hands. So this is their capital they own. Do you mean what you want to say?
This is a very important point, ya shabab. So if anybody doesn't get it, please ask me now. There are, as Yuna said, it is what you use to produce goods. And we agreed already that goods, if they do not provide value, they are no good. There is a reason we call them goods. Because they provide value. If they don't provide value, they are not goods. So capital is what you use to create the value with its 4 parts to give to a customer. Sometimes you might need financial support to invest in your capital. Sometimes. And sometimes you don't even take the cash, like real estate developers. Do you think a real estate developer like Amar, when it started, it had all that cash to buy all these lands? No. Their capital was to build and develop these lands. They have the knowledge and they have some tools, but they need the land. The bank bought the land, but it never gave them cash in their hands. So capital does not mean cash. This is a very, very important concept.
Important part in the business, because a lot of entrepreneurs think that they have to have a lot of money to start their business that they can run, make it run or launch. But yeah, cash is important, but it's not the only important thing. I mean, capital and your land, your people, your resources is the most important thing than cash. So you can start with it and cash come later. Exactly. I mean, the value that you serve for others is more important than cash.
And I want to give you a quick example, although we will talk about it maybe in a little bit detail later, but the only place on world, the only place on the entire earth is this Middle East patch, is where an entrepreneur with an idea gets a seed fund of X million dollars. This never happens outside. The US, which is the biggest ecosystem, the maximum you get as a startup, as a seed fund, is $250,000 US. It's not because they don't have the money, because they understand that it's about the value. The amount of wasted investment and cash in entrepreneurship in the Middle East is really shameful. But that for another talk. Now,
our advice here, you have to focus and start with a value. When you start a business, please don't think first about cash, but start with the value. If you have a value, if you have a really need value in the market, so the cash will come later. Definitely, it will come later.
And when you start with the value, start with the function. Yusuf, please, tfadal.
But sometimes part of a value is to reduce cash. Sometimes.
Yes, to reduce cash. But so that's why you have. That's what in later stage. Kariman just reminded you something. I don't say much, but in my early days, my very first startup, I started back in the 90s, was working with Microsoft.
Yes, it's okay.
And I remember attending one of those conferences that Microsoft was doing with us. And a senior guy in Microsoft gave us a very important lesson. He said, forget about features. Forget about if it's good or bad. Focus on solving the problem and get the bloody software to work. Work is the functional part. So I looked at him like I was shocked. I'm an innovator, I'm a designer, and I want to do this big thing. And so the guy looked me in the eyes and told me, Ash, get it to work first. If it works, it will only get better. Do you see how they think? This is Microsoft. That's why it became Microsoft.
And also Steve Jobs, when he started Apple, he said that we come here to the work every day early to design a valuable product, and then cash will come later, or the money will come later.
So you focus on the function part first, then pricing it will come. And if it starts working, it will only get better. You will add to its social value and you will add to its psychological value. The more psychological value it has, the more functionality you will add. So the more social it will get, the more psychological it will produce, the higher the price will become.
And you still improve your product or service by the year by year. So don't be.
Excuse me, I have to say something in Arabic because it's a famous quote that I usually do. على رأي دلال عبد العزيز في الفيلم بتاع حزلقوم if everybody knows it. الله يخرب بيت التلفزيون اللي بوظ دماغه. You watch movies like The Social Network, like the other one, I don't remember what its name was, of the interns in Google. You watch these movies and you think you're going to start a startup and in 3 years you're going to be a billionaire. This doesn't happen, guys. It doesn't happen anywhere. It didn't even happen. It didn't even happen with Steve Jobs and Bill Gates. Bill Gates became a billionaire 15 years later. Steve Jobs became a billionaire 1 year before he died. It is not like that. It's a tedious journey. A journey about adding value to the lives of the people you think they are your customers. They come first, not you.
Otherwise, everybody can be a billionaire by 2 days.
Not even if he's a drug dealer, he don't become a billionaire in 2 days or in 2 years. Even drug dealers take time. Okay, so these are the main 3 resources, and guess who is the most important resource of them all? Entrepreneurs. حضراتكم.
Yeah. You guys are the most important.
You are at the core of the capital theory of Adam Smith. Yes, يا يونا, تفضلي.
Can I say something about entrepreneurs?
Entrepreneurs?
Yeah.
Yes, please, تفضلي.
Okay, we can say as it's a technology, we can say technology, the ability to combine the other productive resource into a good or service. Can we say it like this?
That's the entrepreneur?
Yeah.
Well, that's you took it from my tongue because my next question was entrepreneurs. What is an entrepreneur? So you answered the question. Thank you. You saved this time. Yes, that's exactly what an entrepreneur does. Zaman, when we started embarking on the true entrepreneurial shift in the Middle East, that was something like 2006 to 2007. That's when we really started having the understanding among the different Arab governments that they should start supporting entrepreneurship. Yes, it came that late to the Middle East. But by that time, even Google, when you ask Google, what does entrepreneur means in Arabic? Can you imagine the very first translation that Google used was what? Yuna, do you know? Or can you guess?
Yeah.
Again, the question, please.
When we started at the very early years of entrepreneurship in the Middle East, entrepreneur is a French word. And it's adopted in English. So Arabs went on Google translating entrepreneur. What do you think the first translation to Arabic was? By Google.
أنا بعرف إنه معناها مقاول أو شيء زي هيك.
أيوة, الله ينور عليك. ربنا يخليكي. أول تعريف, the first definition ever. كان a contract. That's the truth. This is the truth. This is the truth. An entrepreneur is more of a contractor. He sees an opportunity, he thinks of how he can take it, and then he uses all what he knows to combine the people, the capital, and the land, and find other expertise that he misses. He doesn't have to be a technical guy. He doesn't have to. But Arabs didn't like the word. We didn't like the word. All of us, Egyptians, Saudis, everybody didn't like the word. So Google changed it and called it متعهد أعمال. Of course, you know, Egyptians, very sarcastic, and they started making jokes. متعهد, احنا عندنا in Egypt, متعهد دي is said about the guy who brings servants. So big fuzz. So they said مبادر. مبادر أعمال. مبادر أعمال was accepted in some places, specifically like Saudi Arabia. And then finally they settled around 2011 on كلمة رائد أعمال. Because it takes the leadership. And frankly speaking, it doesn't really describe what you want to do. What you want to do. It doesn't even describe what you're going to go through. It's a hell of a life. How many people knows here Jeff Bezos? Jeff Bezos. How anybody knows him?
Yeah,
Does anybody know the name?
Yeah, I know. I know.
Yeah.
Who is he?
Amazon. Amazon guy.
Yeah, now the second richest man on earth.
He was one of the.
This guy only hit that 7 years ago. Does anybody know when he did? And he's not a serial entrepreneur. He just started bloody Amazon. The guy almost went bankruptcy 3 times. He started in 1986. And he was losing money until 2001. It's what Steve Jobs called it's perseverance and correcting and looking what customers really want. Where is the value? If they're not paying for it, then it's not valuable. So Jeff Bezos is a billionaire that really, like the American says, and excuse my language, that worked the hell of his ass to make it. Almost 25 years working to become a billionaire. And then his wife divorced him. From the trauma of the 25 years. Even though he became the richest man in the world. So it's not easy. So an entrepreneur doesn't necessarily have to be a technical guy. He has to be a person who can understand. He's a leader, who can envision a problem with people. He's human-centered by definition. He can understand what customers want. And then bring in resources and other people to help him create something that takes this opportunity. So he's an individual who creates a new business, bearing most of the risk and enjoying most of the rewards if they ever come. The process of setting up a business is known as entrepreneurship. The entrepreneur is commonly seen as an innovator, a source of new ideas, good services, businesses, or procedures. And that's where the problem comes from. In the Western part of the world, they understand that entrepreneurs are creative people. So that's why they understand that they talk about the big idea. But here, we think creative people are artists. And that's the completely opposite, and we will come to that later. Any questions here? So, we understand now that a product is sum of all its parts, both from a physical way and from a value way. And that a customer is only a customer when he finds value in the product. So the product is just an interface between the startup or the company and his customer. And that interface happens because of the value. If the value is not properly done or not valued by the customer, as Kariman said in the beginning, there is no customer and the product is useless. Therefore, the entrepreneur has failed. We understood that for this to happen, there should be some sort of scarcity. That's where the opportunities come from. And that scarcity is taken advantage of by four main resources: piece of land, capital, people to work, and most important thing, yourselves, entrepreneurs, people who have the guts to take a risk, and they take the risk because they have a vision, and they are creative because they've seen behind that vision how can they solve it. But that alone does not work if it's not human-centered. So what is entrepreneurship? We are closing to a break, so cheer up, okay? We are 10 to 15 minutes away, okay, Yuna?
We can say ability to combine.
Ability to combine, okay. Tariq?
It's the process to make a business.
Process to make a business, okay. Anybody else?
There's someone who takes risks.
That's the entrepreneur. What we're talking about, entrepreneurship, the process itself.
Okay, okay.
حد تاني؟ أحمد؟
Maybe it's the managing of all the process that we talk.
Culmination of all the processes we do. Okay.
Trying to get some economic value.
Trying to get back some economic value. Okay, who else?
Making a project and leading it. Who is it?
Okay, so that said, we have two types of entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship is simply an entrepreneur doing what he does. So as you all said, that's right. An entrepreneur takes risk and sees something missing. So, but entrepreneurship itself, the businesses that come out of the process are two distinct types. The first one is called SME. How many people learn the terminology SME? Know it? No, the word SMEs.
Me.
Okay, so there is what we call SME entrepreneurship. So a guy who starts a small company is an entrepreneur. It doesn't have to be innovative. He's an entrepreneur with a very definition. He takes a risk. There is some sort of scarcity, and he's filling it. The other type is called innovation-driven entrepreneurship. So you have two types of companies that comes out of entrepreneurship, or two types of enterprises. Innovation-driven enterprises and small or medium enterprises. What is the difference between both? An SME focuses on local markets, and it is not necessarily innovative. It actually fills in supply. The main problem that an SME solves is that there is a scarcity that created a supply and demand gap, that the demand is way bigger than supply. So he just steps in to fill in supply for that demand. So his innovation is limited. might be in marketing, in access. That's why it is always about local markets. Usually it's a family business and it grows linear. The more he puts in the business, the more stores he opens, the more money comes. But it's not innovative. It doesn't have to. Like a grocery store, a restaurant. A restaurant is an SME. Even a chain of restaurants is SME.
Business. No innovation.
No innovation. Where an IDE or an innovation-driven enterprise focuses on a bigger market. Because why? Why does it focus on a bigger market? Because innovation usually changes behavior. So the change of the behavior is going to create a regional or a global scarcity for the new change. So by definition, he's focusing on a bigger area. It's based on innovation. It is not family business. It is a diverse ownership. You need funding, so you give 10% to this VC, and then you give another 10% to another friend to come in, and then you go into the market and you sell it in the stock market. Everybody owns in it, but the reward is higher. It's like a joystick. The growth is exponential. So never do the mistake of looking on anybody who's starting a new business, and just because he's not innovating, you tell him you're not an entrepreneur. No, he's an entrepreneur. He simply just decided to take the opportunity in the gap. This gives us one major difference that you have always to keep in your head. An SME, before we say this, everything has a cost. Everything has a cost. There is nothing like a free lunch. Nothing is for free. Nothing. Nothing. So even the capital of your company comes at a cost. The financing of your capital comes with a cost. The main difference of the SME from the IDE, from a financial perspective, is that cost of finance is cheaper than the IDE. Anybody know why?
Can I say?
Please.
Because in SME, they have all the products that they need to fill the gap, to just be in the market. But in the other side, in IDE, maybe they need special materials and like that.
Okay, and how does this reflect on what I said? You're correct. To translate what you said into a financial expression, this means that SMEs can do a financial feasibility study, so they can take a loan. That's why they are always family businesses. He takes a loan because, okay, I can prove with studies that there is a missing in this product, and if I buy it here, so I need to finance my capital with 2 million. He goes to the bank, get a 2 million with a 5-6% interest over 3 years, and his company is growing and ownership is intact. Where the innovation driven, like all of you, Abir, please. Abir, you have a question?
Yes, I've got a question. I was wondering about the SME and IDE differentiation. I mean, when we say that we've got a startup, it might mean that we are in the small or medium enterprise. It could be an innovative project. It could be an innovative company. but with the it could be shaped as a medium enterprise. Is it possible to say that?
No, not exactly. It's the medium is we put the medium with the small just because the large corporates financially all over the world are away from by a big leap. But it is fair to call it a small enterprise. So a small enterprise is, if it's innovative, it's an IDE. And it will take longer to grow. Because innovation, by the very meaning, changes behavior. It is betting on the change of the behavior. Like, let me give you an example. We had the problem of a taxi. What is the problem of taxis? Let me ask you this question.
The problem that has been solved by...
forget about Uber. Let's talk about taxis before Uber and Kareem and Lyft and all of these people.
We've got to get out to ask for one, and they may not be there anytime we'd like to have them.
I go down to the street. If I don't have a phone number of a taxi, I stay waiting until he, by coincidence, passes in front of me.
That's it.
And the taxi driver cannot market himself. He doesn't know which street will have passengers. So he goes out in the morning, he just drives, hoping to find somebody. And the impossible happens. If he finds somebody that wants to go to a direction that he doesn't like, he doesn't take him. And both of them are upset. So, innovatively to develop this, Uber disrupted that. Uber used technology to make the guy who wants to ride use a piece of app to find the closest driver to him who is willing to give him a lift, even if he's not a taxi. So in all the world, including our part of the world, the first years of Uber introduction had rebels from taxi drivers. And there is a change of behavior because I never thought that I will be a taxi driver, but now I need money and somebody is calling me to give him his money. So there is a shift in the culture. There is a shift in the attitude. There is a shift in behavior. So that's what innovation does. And this takes time. It takes time. Let me give you another example, a very weird example. I teach culture, heritage, and innovation in the university. And I can't understand this until now. With Arabs specifically. Arabs are a very conservative culture. We overvalue our privacy. And even though we are all using Facebook, which has no privacy whatsoever. We kept fighting, but now we are all on Facebook. Everybody knows everything you put on Facebook, and yet in reality you say, no, this is my privacy. How come? It made a change. Facebook made a shift in culture. It changed behavior. So that is the responsibility of the designers. That's the responsibility of innovators. I don't like Mark Zuckerberg. I'm not a big fan of him because he has no responsibility whatsoever. He sells your data, and he came out very bluntly and said, yes, I sell the data. Who doesn't like it, leave Facebook.
Yes, or the cash, or the money.
But think about Apple as another, not about the privacy. Apple created the iPhone, and they innovated the touch that resulted in every single person looking in a small screen all the time. They came 4 years ago and they said, oh my God, we made a mistake. We are shocked. The amount of family members sitting together in the same room on dinner, but not talking to each other, looking at iPhones or other
يلا ويخلي يصلي هو كمان وانتوا ازاز الميه.
Sorry. So I don't know why it muted. So what happened? They started working on something called screen time. And they give you reports about the time you spend on screens, because at least they have a sense of, a shadow of sense of responsibility. But being an entrepreneur, you're going to make money. But don't ever forget that you have a huge responsibility. If you're innovating, you have a huge responsibility. Any questions before we leave this part?
What does a startup evolve into? We know that a small enterprise could evolve into a medium or big enterprise or company. But do we say that?
Who's talking? I can't see you. I can't see you are the same person who was asking. I don't know what happened with my Zoom.
Yes, that's still me.
Yes, you're Abir. Okay, Abir. Yes. Okay.
So I was wondering, if startup grows into a scale up or a big company or corporate, what's the objective of a startup as you see it?
No, an objective. We will come to this in a second.
Okay.
In a second. I will answer, but I will come back to that specific question. Okay. So
thank you.
It's a business. To answer your question, I need to ask a question. What is a business? Can anybody think? Start with you, Abir.
Business could be so we've got a problem, and the business would be the solution that a company or an organization or person proposes or offers to answer that problem by creating revenue or by generating revenue.
Okay, that's an extensive answer.
Okay.
Anybody has another answer before I comment?
Anything that makes money.
Again, ya Osman?
Anything that makes money.
Anything that makes money. يعني. What does making money means? Look deeper.
Interest. Exchange.
Deeper. What we have been talking about since we started an hour and a half ago?
Value.
Value. Thank you, Atar. Okay, so what does value serve?
Business can offer values for profit in order to have money. So we are exchanging values and...
who says that it is valuable?
The customer?
Customer. As Karimat said, value is value if valued.
Valuable.
Who is valuing it? Who's saying it? Let me give you an example. Abir, you're from Tunis or Algeria?
Sorry?
Where are you from?
Yes, from Algeria.
Algeria. Yes, I thought that from your accent. I worked in Algeria for some time in early 2000s with Jazzy. I don't know if they're still there. Are they still there or not? Anyhow, but you have very cold areas. Maybe Emirates don't have this, but you have cold winters, right?
Yes.
Okay, so a nice cold Coke, all the vapor on it in summer, and you're thirsty, you will pay anything to get it, right?
True.
But the same product with the same value, cold, with all the vapor on it, in 2 degrees Celsius, you won't even you won't even get your hand out of your pocket to take it, even if they give you money. Okay, so value is relative, and it's only called value if it is valued. By whom? By a customer.
It's all about customer here.
بالضبط كده. It's all about the customer. So this guy, his name is Peter Drucker. If you will not read anything in business except for one reader. I don't know why you would like to do that, but if you ever decide to do that, choose to read for Peter Drucker. Peter Drucker is an American, Austrian business scholar. Peter Drucker died at the age of 89 in 2005. Most of his writings, he wrote it back in the 80s. And he served as the main consultant for the CEOs of the Fortune 100 companies in the world. And yet, all his writings serve as the backbone of modern management and modern business. He's a beautiful guy to read for, and he has an extremely simple definition for business. You don't make business to make money. The only purpose of a business is to create a customer and keep.
We will talk about keep him later.
But you have
the
to
important that you find customers.
Yes.
Yeah.
So answering your question about the enterprise, if you create a customer and you keep him, and the customer starts believing of you, like what happened with Apple. Apple back in 1997, when Steve Jobs came back, they were in debt. Today, Apple is the largest corporation on earth in terms of value, and it has the biggest cash reserve in the world. Its cash reserve is higher than countries, because it is creating customers, respecting them, and keeping them, so the money keeps coming in. So you can do, like, without giving names, some companies who kept generating money, but they lost the reality of their customers. So they're not large. They are large in terms because they cannot go smaller than that. But other companies bypass them by far. And I mean here Microsoft. I worked with both Microsoft and Apple. Microsoft is no longer the biggest company, not even among the 10. It is a huge corporation, but it's not the biggest. It is losing rank, because they focused for a long time of their business life on just generating the numbers. Apple and Google, on the other hand, they serve a customer. They want the customer to come back. Netflix is a very good example, because Netflix is beating both Apple and Amazon in the media part, and it's way younger than both of them. But it's no longer a startup. It's no longer a medium company. It's a large corporation. It's traded in the stock market. It's huge. It makes billions of dollars in profit annually. So the key answer to your question, if you're successful as a business, which is you can create a customer and keep him, you will eventually grow from small to medium to large. It's all about the customer. And this ends our first part of today, that entrepreneurship is all about serving, growing, and keeping customers. That's entrepreneurship. We asked, what is entrepreneurship? That is the answer. Entrepreneurship is all about serving, growing, and keeping customers. That's your main role. The moment you lose focus about that, you might be making money, but not for so long.
Exactly.
It's all about serving, growing, and keeping customers. Any questions? I think you earned a break. So let's take 15 minutes break for us to pray Maghrib, and whomever as well at your side, I think you have to pray Maghrib as well.
Yes.
And
Yes.
whomever wants to grab a coffee or a tea, and we will join in at 7:05, inshallah. Our timing, which is 8:05. Okay. Thank you, guys. Well, I'll keep everything open, and we will just mute the speaker. See you in 15 minutes. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
وعليكم السلام ورحمة الله.
ازيكم؟ كلكم يا رب تكونوا كلكم بخير. معلش أنا عندي شوية
الحمد لله تمام.
تكنيكال بروبلمز مع الأخ زوم، معرفش ليه. طيب انتوا كله جاهز؟ بس يا سمبل معلش القط بتاعي عامل دوشة، لو سمعتوا دوشة اعملوا نفسكم مش سامعين. بس يا سمبل أيوه اطلع بره أحسن. اعتذر معلش I'm professional بس القط بتاعي مزعج.
I think everyone is ready.
Okay, so let's embark.
Yes.
So we closed before the break and we said that the only reason, as Peter Drucker said, of a business, the only purpose of a business is to create a customer and keep it. So من هذا التعريف قلنا إنه entrepreneurship is all about making customers and keeping them. Okay, طيب. خدنا بريك، انا جبت الشاي بتاعي اهو هحتسيه وانا معاكم. I will drink my tea while talking with you, but let's continue our questions. عرفنا what is a value. Smooth. So what is a value proposition? Is it a big idea? What is the meaning of value proposition? USP, unique selling point. No, it's not the unique selling point. Yeah,
Simple statement that summarize why customer would choose a specific product or service.
No, that's again a unique selling point. There are too many acronyms in the world of business. You will use them all, but you have to understand what is management related and business related and what is marketing related. USP or unique selling proposition, that's a pure marketing thing. But what is a value proposition? Think of the meaning, ya walad. And we understood value. We added to it a proposition. What is proposition?
Maybe it's because why would the customer choose this product other than the other alternatives?
No, why would he choose? This means that you have a product, but a value proposition is not a product yet.
Unique offer.
Excuse me, Yuna?
A unique offer that my company would provide to a customer.
No, it's before. We keep calling it like that, but a value proposition is what we propose as value. So it is still an assumption.
Oh, okay.
Giving benefits.
It's
like
the
what kind of
benefits we
benefits will be?
assume are going to comprise value for the customer. So it might be right and it might be wrong, and that's what's confusing it with the big idea. Why is it confused? As I told you before, why don't I like the word big idea? Because it's confusing.
I want to ask if it's true to say identifies the benefits a company that provides to a customer.
That a company proposes to a customer.
Yeah.
Right. Let me ask you in English. Okay, because the word is very English. When a guy proposes to a girl, we say they are engaged. We don't say they are married.
Yep.
Because he's proposing yet. And even if she accepts, it is still a proposal. It only gets solid when there is a product out of this proposal, which is marriage. Okay, that's why in our culture, لما بنعرف الخطبة أو الخطوبة, we say هو وعد بالجواز. هو مش جواز. هو وعد, والوعد فيه حاجة ملزمة. Promises are not liable. But thing you're going to provide, you're liable. If I promise you a product that will come out next month and doesn't come out next month, customer will be upset, but he can't hold me liable. He can't badmouth. But if I get a product out to the market and I provide it to him and I take money and it doesn't work, the company is held liable. الدنيا تقوم وما تقعدش. Right? Is it clear?
Let's give you some examples for insurance companies like Apple. What do you think the value proposition of Apple is?
صوتك مش واضح يا كريمان بيقطع.
Some examples like
Yes.
No. Okay, I'm raising my hand. Why? I don't know now. Now this is the new version of Zoom. It is trying to be artificial intelligence. So every time I move my hand in front of the camera, it thinks that I'm raising my hand. I'm sorry for that. Lower my hand. I didn't raise my hand actually. I don't have a question. ليه؟ So لا صوتك برضه مش مظبط. مش سامع. It's not coming through. You're having a bad connection. Anyhow, so it's like the proposition. A guy proposes to a girl. She can keep him waiting and don't tell him yes. But he proposed. So if I still go on to the metaphor of flirting and marriage and the relation between a boy and a girl, value proposition is flirtation with your customer. You're trying to understand what he wants. That's why it is always mixed with the big idea. Usually the big idea you have in head is something you think is finished and you want to give it to a customer. That's all your ideas you came up with. The first big idea, oh, I have this big idea, let's do this and that, and the customers are going to be this and that. Okay? Any questions in this part? Because we're going to have more questions to come. So لسه برضه يا كريمان صوتك مش واضح قوي، في حته فيها نتورك سيئه جدا.
I want to ask a question.
Please اتفضلي please.
هلا بزبط احكي مثلا انه ال value proposition the important part in business model.
It is the core of your business model. هي اهم حاجه في البيزنس. عارفه ليه؟ Why? Because as we're going to see, it is twofold. You can. احنا قلنا value is value if ايه يا يونا؟ Value is value if
is valuable.
Valued.
Valued.
By the way,
Yes.
And by the way, this is not my quote. This is not my quote, and not even Kariman's quote. This quote was made by the CEO of Coca-Cola in 2010. He made a huge keynote where he said one word: value is value if valued. That's it.
Okay.
So valued means customer. So the beauty of the word value proposition, as we can see from the definition now, is that it has two parts. A value proposition of a business is the actual value the target customer will gain by using or purchasing your product or a service. And it's your core of the business model. دي أهم حاجة في الليلة. زي ما بنقول بالمصري زي اللي بيتفرج على أفلام مصري دي الزتونة. If anybody can understand. If anybody can understand the metaphor, okay? So a value proposition of a startup or a business is the actual value the target customer will gain, which means he values it. If he uses the product or the service you provide. So as we said, your service and product is just an interface. It's an interface, no more. Think of the product that the user is not buying it. If you want to understand value, envision that the customer is renting it to do something with it. That's the true meaning of value. And we will come to a whole new concept about sustainability later on because of this. Okay, Kariman is chatting with me because I don't know what's happening with her voice on the other side. She's having a problem. She was asking you a question. Does anybody know what the value proposition of Apple is? That's her question.
Yeah.
Can anybody imagine what is the value proposition of Apple? The main value proposition of Apple?
Safety, maybe.
Mean?
Safety.
No.
It's simple to use. Anyone can use it.
Smooth experience.
صح يا أيوب. أيوب is fine. It's one of the value. Their value proposition actually has 2 or 3 parts. The main part is it is simple to use. It has to be useful and usable for the customer.
The best in the world.
لا تاني يا كريمان كلاكيت تاني مرة. Your voice is unbelievable. I don't know what is going on. معلش دلوقتي الشبكة تتحسن معلش عشان so that everybody knows how far.
What about now? You hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now. Allahu Akbar.
Finally.
So, I was telling them that the value proposition for Apple is it's designed to be the best in the world. This is the main value proposition for the products of Apple.
And by meaning it is designed to be the best in the world means by it has to be extremely simple. People have to use it out of the box. Have you ever opened an Apple product or heard that somebody opened an Apple product in the last 20 years and found the manual?
Yes.
So you just get it out of the box. The product is self-explanatory. That's part of being a good product. I don't know, maybe we have time, we can use this tomorrow about what makes design a good design. It is not part really of what we're talking about today. Maybe if we see some of you on the stand, inshallah, in JITEX, in a couple of weeks, we can have a discussion, maybe have a group with all of you. We go have a coffee and talk about something, whomever is going to be there, inshallah, about what makes design good design. So real value proposition of Apple is they understand there is something that is called good design.
Another example, what do you think the value proposition of Google?
Big data?
No.
You can search whatever you want.
You can
you can access any information in the world you want.
Yes, that's mean big data.
No, it's not. No, big data has different meanings. But actually, the true value proposition of Google is, Google search is
free answer. Free answer for anything.
Exactly. Almost instant data retrieval for free.
Yeah, to make it accessible and useful for everyone. The information.
Information is easy, and of course there is a catch we will talk about later because we're going to use Google as an example towards the end of this day today, inshallah, that Google is not free. That just to make things, because things are going to be a bit harsh, and I'm not going to delve into too much personal stories, but a very small story about the value proposition of Apple that happened with me personally. My late mother, God bless her soul, was a professor of genetics with a PhD from the United States of America, among the first women who traveled on scholarships from Egypt to the United States for a PhD. But computers were not her thing, because they were not by that time. In her late 60s, she started using computers for her research. And of course, she had a phone. No matter, every time we try to get her a present in her birthday, in anything, we try to get her a new phone, she refuses. She had one of those small foldable Nokias with a big screen with big numbers on it, and she was happy. Until one day, and actually 2008, and the iPhone was released. And as you all guys remember, iPhones, when they were released in 2008, they were not working in the Middle East. So as an entrepreneur, myself, in the digital foray, I've done a lot of things in my life under the name of design. Part of them is low-level coding. So I had a problem with one of my startups. I was really low. So one of my best friends was in the States, bought a phone, an iPhone, and he knew it's not going to be working, and came back and gave it to me. And he told me, I know you're low, and I know this is not going to work, but I know you will put your passion in it and make it work. Get out of what you are in. I had several failures in the startups. I started something like 12 startups in my life. I had something like, which is a good ratio I'm proud of. I had something like 4 successes and 1 break even, and something like 6 or 7 were failures. So that was one of the time of the failures, lost a lot of money. And I kept working on the phone for a couple of months, and I made it work. And it gave me a new frontier. I networked with all the low-level hackers in the world. So I shifted my day-night, because I'm working when the American hackers are awake. And then we saw the opportunity. So along with one of our partners, he's a partner with us in Intersection now. By that days, it was just me and him. And we figured a way to import iPhones directly from the US. I jailbreak them, we rebox them, and we were selling them. We were making a hefty margin, but we were yet selling them in Egypt, literally half the price of anybody else. So it was something like 6 months of great money, very, very happy customers. And one day, of course, I have my phone. I was visiting my mother. She used to live in the same building. And I was sitting with her. It was a Thursday. And that other partner is a cousin of mine. And I was answering the phone. The iPhone looked very weird by the days. So she told me, what is this you have in your hand? I told her, Mom, you don't like technology? You don't like this thing? I'm selling to her that I'm using reverse psychology. So don't really ask. This is a phone. It's a phone. But it's like a geek phone. It's a new phone. She looked at me. It looks very weird. Where are the buttons? I told her there is no buttons. Look what it does. And I took a photo of her cat, and I pinched and zoomed on the cat, and I zoomed back out of the cat, and I kept flicking the pictures. And she seen this. This is the value of the iPhone, the simplicity of use. You're touching the data. And she got by a storm. I want one of this. Mom, that is not sold in Egypt. I know you are getting it, you and your cousin. You better get me one, or I will phone your cousin and I will get him get me one. But I told her, we don't sell it. We take money in advance. I have money. And she went in her room and got the money. Mom, this is you get me one. So we had the shipments arranged. So I arranged, that was on Thursday. On Monday, her phone was with her. So while I was going to my work, I had another job by that time as well. I passed by her, I got the phone, and I told her, Mom, please don't get excited. I am very busy this week, so don't use the phone. I will pass by on Thursday as usual. sit down together, we'll have dinner, and I will show you how to use them. Please, please, I'm really busy now. So she told me, okay. The rest of Monday went on fine. Tuesday went on fine. I passed by in the evening. How are you doing? She didn't open a word. Wednesday, I had a phone call noontime. Ashraf, when are you coming back, Habibi? I told him, well, I'm going to be late. I won't be back before 10. I need you urgently. Please pass by. There's something urgent I want to talk about. She was very serious. I told her, but you sleep early. She told me, never mind. Even if you come by 10:30, pass by me and wake me up. I stayed the rest of the day worried. I finished work. I went a little bit early because of that. Passed by. She was actually in bed. She came out of bed and told me, okay, I'm coming. Wait, I'm coming. And she came out on the door. And I will have to complete in Arabic. I don't know how to translate this, but she came out and I told her, khair. So she put her hand in her pocket, got the iPhone out, and told me, you see, here it is. Email is working. Browser is working. I have music. I started taking pictures. Everything is fine. مش عايزة حاجة من وشك يا كلب. You can go home now. Completely technology illiterate. She just couldn't keep the urge of opening the phone. So she opened it that morning, on Wednesday morning. She can't wait. Without any manual, without any help, she figured out 90% of its functionality by herself. This is the value proposition of Apple. Okay, so being good design, this is what Kariman said, good design. One of the principles of good design, as renowned by the father of product design in the world, is a German guy called Dieter Rams. He is the guy who made the manifesto of good product design. It's like a list, a manifesto that we all go by as designers and entrepreneurs. The second rule, good design is one word, understandable. So this is the value proposition of Apple. How do you find a value proposition? A value proposition, like the value, has a map. But that map consists of two parts. First part is, مين ده? Who's this?
Customer.
Customer. And a customer, any customer, I told you, think of the customer in terms of value, that he's renting your product or service to do something. So this means he has jobs. And chances are he's already doing those jobs even without your product. That's where innovation comes in. So what is happening? He is doing the jobs even without you, and he's having gains
and pains.
He
has gains and pains.
And pains.
Yeah, your job, وظيفتك هنا يعني انك to put your hand on the pain and try
not
to
the
solve
gain.
it.
بالظبط كده. Not the gain.
Point on the pain and try to solve it and add gains.
Later on, you will add gains.
On top of
you
his
have
gains.
to solve the pain first. Back to Apple. Does anybody know what was the pain in the so-called smartphones before the iPhone?
Yeah.
Yes, Ahmed.
Maybe the keyboard.
No.
Complicate.
Yes, it was complicated. Symbian 60 S60 was the best Nokia smartphone, and they even had a touch. The problem was it had email, and it had browsers, and it had music, and it had cameras. So difficult to use. Go on the web, open YouTube later on today or tomorrow morning, and write iPhone keynote by Steve Jobs and watch the keynote of Apple. How did he get it? He told them, one more thing. Today, we are not just introducing one product. We're introducing 3 new products. A phone, and he got an icon. A music player, and then he got another icon. And an internet communicator, and he got another icon. A phone, a music player, and internet communicator. A phone, and he kept repeating it. And the icons are going like this on the screen. A phone, and a music player, and internet communicator. Did you get it? And the crowd started screaming. These are not 3 products. These are all one product, and we call it the iPhone. And here it is. And he showed a very funny picture on the screen, which was a normal iPod with a dial pad. And the crowd started laughing. And of course, it is not that. Let me, before I show you the true iPhone, talk about the pains. So they didn't add gains. The first iPhone came when we started having 3G. It didn't have even 3G. It didn't, and it still doesn't have multimedia messages, MMS. The SMS didn't even forward SMS. And I remember a friend of mine was a big advocate of Nokia, and he told me, it doesn't even forward an SMS. And I smiled and I told him, well, you are a fair guy. And you have been using Nokia phones for more than 7 years. I want you, honestly, to recall with your memory, take all the time and tell me, whenever did you have to forward an SMS that you received? And he kept thinking and thinking, and then he started laughing. And he looked at me and he told me, you got me. Actually, I can't remember. I never used it. He's a business guy, and then we delved into the discussion in business. It's not about features. It's about solving pain. You can cram all the features you want in a product, and people still won't buy it. The problem with forwarding SMS was an extra gain. But the real thing, why SMS worked in the very beginning, because it was quick, short messages. Think of it from a value point. It's a lot easier. It's the same clicks to write a new message than to forward it. So that was cramming in features. And SMS died. And Steve knew that. Because if he's going to put a product that has the 3 together, an internet communicator, a music player, and the phone, eventually you will make calls over the internet and you will make text over the internet. And it was because of the iPhone that WhatsApp was born. And it picked up. Now, nobody uses short messages. You very rarely, you receive alerts on them because they are public. Anybody can buy SMSs and send you SMSs. Now, WhatsApp, Mark Zuckerberg, is very cunning and clever. He's trying to completely kill SMS. He's introducing WhatsApp business, and now he's starting to sell WhatsApp messages in bulk to business accounts. It's not about a feature. It's about solving a pain. iPhone prevailed because Steve looked at the jobs, he and his team look at the jobs people wanted to do. They didn't add gain in what they did. They solved the pain in what they did. So that's what you do. We call this the customer profile. Now you have a value proposition of a product or a service. If this value proposition can relieve the pain first and accordingly create new gains, you have what we call, this is the value map. We have what we call.
So guys, please keep this map in your mind when you start a business and come to value proposition. You have to draw this figure and fill out every part of it for the jobs of the product or service that you deliver for the customer, and then focus on the pain. At first, you have to focus on the pain before gain, because you have to think how to relieve this pain. And the last thing, it's like you add amenities on it or add some value to put more gains on it.
Okay, one funny question. سؤال خبيث. Why do I call the part on the left value map? Show me that you are following through. This is like a surprise quiz. Why do we call the part on the left a value map?
Because it will guide you to the value your business can create.
No.
Because the value is decided by the customers. So these are the relievers.
You remember that we showed in the beginning a value map. What did it consist of? We said value had a map. And we said it has 4 components: function, financial, social, and psychological. Relieving pains and creating gains will not fall out of these 4 categories. It will never fall out of these 4 categories. When you focus on the jobs, you write all the pains, whether they are social or psychological, not just functional. That was key in the iPhone. One of the main pains was psychological. The screen was so small on the amount of things you want to do on it. That's why the Blackberries prevailed, because yes, they had keyboards, but they had bigger screens, but the phone was very big. So he used technology and innovation to take the keyboard out and replace it with virtual keyboard, so it can make the entire body of the phone as a screen. That is both functional and psychological. So, as we said, you will always think in this way. So, as we said, you look at the customer profile. What jobs he wants to do. He's doing them now. What does he gain from doing them? Okay, what is his problems in it? What are the pains? Then we go look at our value proposition and start seeing how can we relieve this pain, both price-wise, functional-wise, social-wise, psychological-wise. Then the creators will come automatic. If you can do this, you have what we call in the business, something we call it PMF, product market fit. That's a very, very, very important concept that you will listen more and more and more again. That's the whole idea of validation. That's why it's called a proposition. It's a proposed thing until we can validate that the relievers are truly relievers. That's what you want to get it validate. If you can make real relievers, you will be creating creators. And they will not go out of the 4 things, which is function, financial, social, psychological. Please يا أيوب اتفضل.
In the value map, who are the creators?
لا, no, we talk about gain creators. So مثلا on the iPhone, the problem was we wanted a bigger screen to write on. So that is a pain reliever. Then he added something new that made a new gain. It was not a problem, which is autocomplete. So autocomplete in this case is a gain creator. So we say creators for gain. You have the customer when he's doing the job. Let me give a weird example. Think of an Uber. Think of an Uber that you order every day 6 o'clock in the morning to commute you for 45 minutes to your work. He's definitely taking the pain out of you, which is not driving early in the morning. You won't be able to stand up in the morning and order a taxi 6 a.m. صح?
Yeah.
But if he knows that you are a coffee lover and to ride at 6 in the morning, you still didn't get your coffee. So it would be a very nice surprise on your next trip when you step in the car and the driver gives you a Starbucks coffee. You will be delighted. That's a gain. So he solved the pain and created a gain. But if he doesn't come in time, you order him to be there 6 a.m. because you need to be at work 7 a.m. And he comes late 15 minutes. So you already are going to be late at your work and you're going to have a penalty from your boss. And he still gives you a coffee. You most probably won't drink it. You get the concept?
Yeah. So the creators comes from the relievers. Once you relieve an issue,
when you relieve, you start thinking clearer and you understand the customer more, so you can create gains, new gains. You need to relieve the pain first to be able to create a new gain. Exactly.
All right. Thank you.
Welcome. So everybody now, I think, knows the word MVP. What does it stand for?
Can you tell us what is MVP stands for?
Minimum variable product.
Okay. مين تاني؟
Mapping.
لا.
Most valuable product.
Most valuable product. مين تاني؟
The simplest product you can come up with. The simplest version of the product you can come up with.
That's a minimum viable product, as Yuna said. What else?
It has to be usable.
Has to be usable, but still they didn't tell me what MVP stands for. It's an acronym.
Minimum viable product.
Minimum viable product is right, but it have another meaning.
Mean value proposition.
يا سلام عليك يا أحمد, ربنا يفتح عليك والله. حياك الله. Main value proposition. You start with the value proposition. Now, every problem you can solve has multiple, can be solved in different value propositions. And the same value proposition can be turned into different products. So you can't start with a minimum viable product without knowing your main value proposition. So we at Intersection like to think of the the MVP as a coin that has two faces. One face is value and the other face is a product. So whenever you think of MVP, you need to think of first, what is the main value proposition? Because without that, you will never make a minimum viable product. Does anybody knows what viable means? Minimum, we know it. What is viable? What does viable mean?
Like acceptable in the market?
No.
Like
feasible.
Functional.
No.
Usable?
No.
Feasible.
No.
Surviving.
Yes. Thank you. Who said surviving?
Me, Yuna.
Yuna. Viable is a word that is borrowed from biology. It's a biological word. It means the smallest organ that can survive and grow. So when we say minimum viable product, we don't mean a simple featureless product. We mean the smallest product that can sustain itself, that can grow to add new gains, that can solve new pains. You will never be able to do a minimum viable product if it does not hold the main value proposition. So I would like to ask you a question here, because this is what we're talking about. It's about a value proposition, main value proposition, and minimum viable product. We talked about the viable product. I want to ask you a question. Think of it until Adan finishes here. What is the main viable proposition of the car?
To get you safely from point A to point B.
No.
Being fast.
No. Think. It is close to what you're saying, but it's not that. What is the main value proposition of a car? Why did people ditch the horse and go to the car?
What is the first thing that you do when you ride the car and you start to drive?
ما تغششهمش يا كريمان.
Power?
Is it comfort?
No. The horse was comfortable. Actually, the horses.
Okay, safety.
ها؟ ايه تاني قول؟
بنزين.
Safety.
No. No. العربية الحصان كان the horse was very safe. مين؟
The speed of it.
Long distance. Process. And fast.
No.
To move to another point with your friends or with multiple people.
We did that with the horse. We had carts and they were extremely luxurious and comfortable.
To reduce travel.
Yeah?
Convenience.
In what means of convenience? The horse was convenient.
Allow people to travel on their own.
Try to think about the most important part.
Wait for a moment. Wait for a moment. Take a deep breath. The car replaced the horse. What was the pain in the horse that the car relieved?
Not the speed.
No, the horse
freedom to travel on their own.
It doesn't get tired. It's not like the horse. It gets tired.
Wait.
Get tired يعني.
Maintenance too.
Huh?
Guys, what's the most important part in the car? Without it, you can't move.
برضه بتغششيهم يا كريمان. لا بتغششيهم يا كريمان.
ما انا قلت بنزين بس ما حدش سمع.
No. Yuna?
We can say a car is there's the engine, convenient mode for transportation that provides
the horse. From the value map point of view, the horse was
have freedom.
The horse was very functional was extremely social status because it was very expensive, and psychologically it's a well-being. The horse was perfect. What is the problem with the horse? Does anybody here has a pet?
It needs to be taken care of a lot.
You still need to take care of the car.
Speed.
Maybe
the sleep.
مين عنده حيوان أليف في البيت، كلب أو قطة؟ Who has a pet? Does anybody has a pet?
maybe because the animal.
Yes, my small brother.
Your small brother has what? What, ya Ahmed? He has what? A cat or a dog?
No, I'm talking
a cat.
Yes.
What do you notice about the cat? About the cat? Like the cat I have here.
He needs to sleep.
No.
The animals need to take a rest, maybe. But
no.
Yes.
No. They have a mood.
Emotions.
They have a personality of their own. Guys, انتوا اكتر من اي حد، ده انتوا عندكم سباق الشيخ راشد بتاع الخيل والهجن يعني all time in Emirates. You know, go and watch سباق حواجز. And you find the jockey and the horse, they say they are the best, they are going and people are betting on them. And the horse goes first, the first obstacle, the second obstacle, the third obstacle, and then on a very shallow obstacle, he just decides not to jump. He doesn't jump. So the jockey gets deducted 1 point. He has to make a round and go back with it. And he can't control him. And it won't jump. And if it refuses to jump 3 times, the guy is disqualified. And we say the horse had a bad mood. The horse had people in the industry, they say the horse had a bad day. That's what they say. So the main problem with horses was what? Control. It's not speed. It's control of acceleration. The same horse, the same route, the same traffic, and the horse once take you in 5 minutes, other day takes you in 4, the third day it takes you in 6. Why? He has a mood. It's not just about being tired. Being tired, your car goes out of gas, it breaks. The whole point of the car was acceleration and deceleration. And the guys know it more than the girls. You all look at that, the first thing you ask about the car. You go into the showroom, watch this new car, or go to an expo in a car, watch a new model, and you ask the guy, okay, it accelerates from 0 to 100 in how many seconds? That's the first question you ask. Even if you're not a speedy man, that's the main value proposition of the car. It accelerates predictably. It's controllably, predictably. That's the main value proposition of the car. Thus, the most important part in the car, as Kariman was trying to give you a hint, is not
it's the
engine. It's not the engine.
Yes.
Gearbox. It's the gearbox. It is the gearbox. I don't know why is it keeping crashing. It's the gearbox. You get what I mean? So the main value proposition of the car is it accelerates. You can accelerate, decelerate whenever you want. If everything is good, as we will assume with a horse, the horse is properly fed, the car has a fuel tank, it's not going to break, the horse is healthy, is fine, but you can control the car, you cannot control the horse. Suddenly, he might decide not to work. Not because anything, but he has a mood. So the most important part is the gearbox. So that's why the next big leap in cars was moving from manual to automatic. All the inventions in the car is about the control. The third biggest invention of the car is being electric. Why being electric? Because we wanted to drive itself. Control. That's the main pain of the horse. That's what Henry Ford, as we're going to see later, was able to convince them about. So it's not a big idea. He noticed what the pain was. And then he started making analogies to convince them that he is taking the pain away. Now, horses are still very highly regarded all over the world. They are still one of the most expensive things to buy and own. Yet, because they are prestigious, we still have the psychological value, but in everyday commute, we ride cars. They're not going to have a brain of themselves. And that's the main problem we're having with self-driving cars until now. It's not in the market, mass market, because there are still missing parts of the technology that guarantees that they're not going to behave unpredictably. So, with this value proposition and the understanding of the mean value proposition and the minimum viable product, this leaves us with a dilemma. البيضة الأول ولا الكتكوت? Who came first? The egg or the hen? Whom should we start with? The big idea or the customers? That's the dilemma that most entrepreneurs step into blindly and they fail. What do you think, guys? Whom should we do first? Big idea or customers?
With the problem of customers.
Okay, so we have here one for customers. Do I hear a cheerer for the ideas?
The ideas, I think, is better.
Lena cheers for the ideas. Okay.
The
So
ideas
it's a
come
tie.
from the problem of customer.
Mahdi from the customers. Okay, you start with the customer. Okay, so 2-1, huh? Hey guys, come on.
Customer.
Big idea.
Big idea.
Customer.
I would say paying customer.
Customer. Okay, so 3-2, huh? Who's gonna win tonight?
I vote for idea.
Voting for idea. So now we are a tie again.
Customer.
Customer 4-3. Ah, idea for a tie again. So without wasting time, customer, and somebody's gonna come up and tell an idea. Well, I have a surprise for you. Again, as I like to say it in Arabic when I teach this in Arabic, زي الفيلم بتاع عادل إمام، يا أختي كده ينفع وكده ينفع. بطيور الظلام. You can do both. You can do this or that. There is no right and wrong. But there is
If I choose the idea, then I will need to find first customer.
No, we will come into that in a moment. But the main thing you have to understand, if you start with the idea, you need to understand, as Pablo Picasso said, one of the greatest, not just artists, the greatest philosophers we have in the 20th century. An idea is a point of departure and no more. It is just a start. The problem that the people who goes with the big idea is trying to force the idea on the users and on this market and on everything. It's the idea, my idea. Screw the idea. It's a point of departure and no more. You start with it. That's it. ليه? Because as soon as you elaborate it, it gets transformed by thought. It came from here. The more you work on it, it will keep changing. You have to keep it changing. The problem with the people with the big idea is they try to force the big idea to existence. And this
هي دي المشكلة اللي بيقع فيها كل entrepreneurs, and allow me to speak in this part with Arabic because I can explain better with Arabic here. أغلب الانتربرنورز بيقعوا في المشكلة الكبيرة دي. هو بيبقى عنده ايديا ومتمسك بيها جدا وعايز ينفذها ويوصلها للعميل, وبيجنور او بتقع منه حته انه هي دي ليها نيد الماركت ولا لا, العميل محتاجها ولا مش محتاجها. الفكره ان انت لو عندك ايديا you can deliver it to the customer, بس لازم تفكر الاول هو الكاستمر ده محتاجها ولا لا. طب ما هي ممكن يبقى عندي ايديا بس اعدل عليها شويه او اخليها يبقى عندي مرونه ان انا اطوعها على حد ان هي تبقى valuable او مستخدمه من قبل العميل. فدي مشكله بيقع فيها انتربرنورز كتير احنا بنقابلهم. هو متمسك برايه جدا ومتمسك بالايديا بتاعته وهو عايز ينفذها. يعني ده الفخ اللي بيقع فيه الصراحه, ما مش هيعمل حاجه.
It's not about you and your idea. ما هياش انت والفكره بتاعتك. It's about serving a customer. افتكروا, it's all about creating serving a customer, creating and serving and keeping a customer. هذا الغلط. It's not about the big idea.
Can I ask?
أحلى درس في التاريخ كان ستيف جوبز when he changed the name of Apple from Apple Computers Inc. to Apple Inc. Because that's when he realized that Apple will do anything their customers want. It's not just about computers. Computers and technology was a mean for them to give a good experience to their customers. They will make a car, they will make a watch, they will make anything if they can. It's not about the company. It's not about the entrepreneur. It's about the customer you're trying to serve. And then again, as Einstein said, we cannot solve our problems with the same thinking we used when we created them. All the problems البشرية that the humanity has, إحنا اللي خلقناها.
So here you have to be more or as much flexible as much as you can. The entrepreneur has to be flexible as much as he can.
And finally,
to solve the problem.
I want you to be persistent, very persistent. And we talked about perseverance. But you have to understand that there is an end. As again Einstein said when they told him define insanity. عرف لنا الجنون، مين المجنون؟ فقال لهم ايه؟ Insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results. Try your best, but it has to come to an end. Your job is not to force your vision on a customer. Your job is to envision what the customer really wants and try to give it. There is a big difference. To do that, there are two methods. A method, we call it customer development. That's where you start with the idea first. And the other one, which is called human-centered design, aka design thinking, where you start with the customer. So in customer development, you start with the idea.
But why you say that both a big idea and the customer have the same thing? That I know that the customer always comes first.
Yes, the customer always comes first if you don't hang to your big idea.
Because without customer, you don't have business.
Is that what you meant, يا يونا?
No. انت حكيت انه التنتين نفس الشيء. البيج idea والكاستمر.
You can start with the idea and you can start with the customer. دي ليها طريقة ودي ليها طريقة. هنشوفهم الاثنين دلوقتي.
لو انه the customer always come first انه
the customer will always come first. يعني بصي الطريقة الأولانية بتاعت البيج idea اسمها ايه؟ customer development.
Yep, okay.
It's all about the customer. So you can start with a big idea, but you have a different process. أهم حاجة if you want to start with the idea and if you don't get attached to the idea. And you understand that the idea is a point of departure, no more. يا ده دخلة مدخل. طارق عندك سؤال اتفضل.
It's just about innovation, because
Yes.
you told us before that innovation create scarcity by changing the client behavior. Let's say about
no, we didn't say that. We said innovation takes advantage of scarcity and changes behavior.
Yes.
There is a big difference.
Yeah.
Innovation, if you innovate, and there are some businesses that do this. If you innovate to create scarcity, you are creating what we call it in marketing a fad. You're creating a fashion that might stay on, but it might fade out. That's what marketers do all the time. They do innovative ideas and they create scarcity in something. But that's not entrepreneurship. That's more on the creative artistic part. Entrepreneurship uses scarcity as an entrance or as a lead to innovation that takes chance or takes advantage of scarcity to change behavior. And some of them, and that's why we say entrepreneurship has ethics. Some people, they use it to change behavior to the worse as far as they are making money. They don't care. I seriously believe that Facebook has done more harm to the global community than it did any good. Facebook as Facebook. And I believe he is going to ditch Facebook. That's why he renamed the company Meta. And he's putting more effort now because he's getting heat. He's getting a lot of criticism. If anybody of you is following, he's been subject to investigation in the Congress.
Yes, absolutely.
You get what I mean? So you use innovation to take advantage of scarcity to change behavior. But you have a responsibility here. You have to change behavior to the better. Otherwise, we will live in an ever-degrading culture. And that's the main difference or the main reason why Karl Marx came with another theory for economics. That's the main problem we have with capitalism. People who criticize capitalism, they criticize us because of this. If you're always running after money and you want to use scarcity to create money, you will degrade behaviors. Well, that's a good argument, but there's another argument. Well, people, since God created earth, in all religions, the human being, the man, which resembles both sexes, but we say it in the figure of speech, the man is held liable in front of God. انت مسؤول. حتى الامريكان اللي في منهم ملحدين وهتقعد معاه بيقول لك we all owe our God a death. كلنا هنموت. ولما نموت نتسال. حتى اللي مش بيؤمن بانه هيتسال يقول لك هبقى سايب سمعه، هبقى سايب ذكرى وحشه. دي liability. What we call it in English legacy. So there is a big difference يا طارق between two. Sorry for interrupting you, but I just need to make sure that يعني ايه we delivered the right message. ممكن تكون المشكلة من عندنا. So you do not create scarcity. You use scarcity as an approach to innovation.
Yes, sir. As an example, let's take phones.
Yes.
20 years ago, we don't need phones. There is no scarcity for phones or communication, but
yes,
the innovation of phones and communication create this our need to communicate and instantly send messages, send make calls, etc.
No, these are gains. Yeah, Tariq. You used a good thing. Now, what is the main value proposition of the
instant communication?
Instant communication, or the most important than communication. What is communication serving? You always have to get to the root. You have to ask the question several times. What does instant communication make?
Share the information, share.
What does sharing information does?
Make us closer.
Because it's an instinctive thing of human beings. It is staying connected. You cannot be in a community if you don't stay connected.
Yes.
So that was there. When the Earth population was 1 million, we could afford to communicate over weeks. You get what I mean?
Yes,
so
yes,
it was just the time. So phones, the scarcity was there, but not for phones. The scarcity was there for staying connected. So when time was right for it, and the population increased, and again, we say the value map has a financial part, and technology was cheap enough that everybody can afford it, it was a no-brainer. Why? Because it was a pain relief. If you go, I'm an old man, to an extent, so I've lived in the age of pagers. That was how we got communicated, business people. They beep you with a phone number, so you go to the nearest phone and call them. So it is not about the phone, it's about staying in touch. And that's the main value proposition, or the main value proposition that Facebook is doing. It's about connecting people, but he used it unethically.
Yes, absolutely.
You get what I mean? That's my catch with Zuckerberg. He used it unethically.
Absolutely.
Okay, but the scarcity is there, and we've seen it during the COVID-19. The first 15 days went fine because we were all scared. As soon as things started settling, we created playing games on the phones. We created the sleepovers with the phones and the internet. Human beings are a community creature. They cannot live in isolation. That's instinctive, as we're going to see in a second. That's of the basic needs. So the two things we can do, you can start with the customer development, or you can do design thinking. The customer development starts with your big idea, but it gets out of the customer very quickly. Hence the minimum viable product, because the user will not think of value. He's not a businessman. So you need to very quickly come with a minimum viable product with the value you're trying to solve, your big idea, go out and validate it. Very quickly, very cheap. Get feedback and change it. So if you start with a big idea, you have to be very flexible, as Kariman said.
We will come this for soon. About pivot and testing
and then the human-centered design. We will start before we take a break, so that you take the rest. The customer development. Customer development is the earliest systemic approach to innovation and entrepreneurship. It was developed by Steve Blank. Steve Blank is a celebrity in the entrepreneurial ecosystem in the Valley. He's a big name. The guy has 3 PhDs. One of them is in mechanical engineering. The other one is in management. And the third, I think, is in entrepreneurship. He's like the go-to living person today to approve, is this doable or not? Is this right in the literature or not? He invented the customer development process for business to business in the late 90s. And then he worked on it in the early 2000s to be usable for consumer, business to consumer, and business to business. He himself is a serial entrepreneur. He's not just an academic. He's a serial entrepreneur. After he's been a mechanical engineer and a mechanical PhD, he went into business and he made different startups. Some of them failed and some of them succeeded. So he went on and made a PhD in management and became an icon. So the customer development process has 4 steps. The first step is customer discovery. You got an idea. You quickly put it in a shape, even on a napkin, something that you can explain the value of it. That's the minimum viable.
You have to discover your customer.
And get out to discover your customer.
And
that's the customer discovery. And you keep showing it to customers and customers and customers. If you find enough customers to take it, and they are approved what you said, which usually is not the case, ايه اللي يحصل يا كريمان يعمل ايه؟
To stop and get out of your office and your home and go to the street and make validation. Validation is the most important part here, because without validation, you will not make sure that your product or service will valid to the customer or not. So you have to make sure. So you have to go out and make a validation over and over.
To Facebook, a great idea, show your pictures. You have to make a quick thing of this. You get out to the customers and you show it to them. If they accept, you move on. But most probably, they won't accept. So what happens?
Sometimes
you go back, build something new, and get out. You keep going in this customer discovery until you find enough customers that finally, after 4, 5, 6 months, a year of changing the idea and adding to it and getting out to people, they started understanding and getting out to here, they agree. So you stop and you go to something we call customer validation. Customer validation means that you need to validate, not that they will buy it, not that there are enough people to buy it to have a business. My baby, I made something that will sell 100 devices, and that's it. So I have to have another validation. If it's going to be 100, for me to live on that, if its cost is 10 dirhams, I have to sell it for 100,000 dirhams. Will people buy it for 100,000 dirhams? No, then you have to change. You have to pivot and go back to the first step. Get another idea and get out to the street, until you get enough people, you go and validate either that it's going to grow, or if the number is not enough, that they will pay a hefty number. Can anybody give me an example of a company that is very old, that makes a sale every 3 years, and most of you are going to be using it if you are still at your home country? أنا غششتكم. Boeing makes a sale every 3 to 5 years, one sale. That's why the one Boeing 747 is for 57 million US dollars. Its entire cost is below 2 million. But the customer is willing to pay that price because he wants the rest of the value, which is the maintenance and the spare parts. It is not something that they will bargain, buy it, and if it goes bad, they will fix it. That is validation. So this means, we will have 12, 15 customers, make a sale every 5 years, but they will pay the money that will keep us alive to serve them, because that's what the customer wants. That's what the customer wants. Okay?
Yes. And there is a big difference between validation and survey, because sometimes some entrepreneurs go out of the street and they ask and make interviews with their customers, and they offer their product or their service, and the customers say, yes, this is very good and this is very nice. This is not a validation, because maybe customers, he likes your idea, but when it comes to payment, he will not pay. So this is another trap some entrepreneurs slip on it.
Why do you think a customer will tell you yes, and when you do it, they don't pay? Why do you think a customer will do this? Kariman is not making it easy for you guys today. She's putting very, very tough remarks.
I'm trying to put all the problems that we see.
We face with the entrepreneurs. So I ask you a question based on Kariman's note. Why do you think you would go out and ask a customer about something, and he said, yeah, it's great, so we go and make it, and you go to the same customer, he look at you and he doesn't buy?
And how can you make sure that he will be your customer actually and he will buy from you? This is very important part.
سمعوني صوتكم.
Sometimes because of price, sometimes
no, not because of the price. That's not
the value of the target customer.
Value. The value, if he tells you, yes, I will buy it in a validation, you have to stop and ask yourself and find a way to dig deeper. Because if he said yes, it means that it's valuable. But value is must have and nice to have. Must have means it is what? Solving a pain. Nice to have means it is not solving his pain now, but it's offering a gain. So if you try to sell him again before solving the pain, he's not going to buy. But he will tell you, yes, I want it. It's nice. Does everybody understand the difference? Is it clear, ya shabab?
Yeah.
Okay. So if you validate and the validation comes fine, and after he tells you yes, you don't just take it blindly, you go deeper and work and make a simple change, go back to the customer to make sure that you hit a nerve. If not, you will go back and pivot and go to discover from the very beginning. If okay, you start doing what he calls
And by the way, pivoting is not failure. If you pivot, this is not, it doesn't mean that you failed. It means that you are in the way of success to raise your business.
Because why it is not a failure? Why is pivot not a failure? Thank you, Kariman. Why is pivot
because some entrepreneurs think that when they pivot, they feel like, I start from the first again, and they feel frustrated and.
But why is pivot not a failure, يا ولاد? Why يا كريمان it's not a failure? هم مش عايزين يرد.
Because it means you're actually talking to customers and getting feedback.
يا قربت شوية، قربت يا
Because he will get an experience about his product.
لا الجواب القصير على طول because it's not about you, it's about the customer.
It's about the customer.
It's not about you. It has never been about you. أكبر غلطة تعملها في البيزنس that you take it personally. It's not about you.
Without customer, there is no business.
It's about your customer. So if he doesn't like it and you have to change it, this doesn't mean that you failed.
Yeah, put it in your mind. Without customer, there is no business.
That's my only catch on the big idea. If you can do that with the big idea, go ahead and use the customer development process. Okay, if it's validated, you go on and you start making a company, you start executing. خلاص, they want it, they're gonna buy it. We start creating databases, CRM, and you start creating a customer database, and we go out and sell them, and we are building the company. So those are the 4 steps. Blank explains that until you get a validation, no matter how long you are, you're still a startup. إن شاء الله يا رب يكون بالك 6 سنين. You're a startup and you are in the search phase. Search of what? Of a growing customer that wants what you are offering. You're a search of a customer that can grow on the pain you are relieving.
And try to be patient. Entrepreneurship is about how much can you patience as you can. How much patience as you can.
أي أسئلة يا شباب هنا؟ So, a quick recap. The customer discovery translates an entrepreneur's vision. That's the idea. For the company.
I have a very small question.
تفضل.
The validation, does it have to be like a, let's say, a purchase? Well, can it be like?
It depends on the phase you are in. The validation is a little bit يعني delicate topic that usually we teach in an extended course alone, and it's not really useful in this phase. But you have to understand that you have to validate, and it has different levels. But eventually, one of the ways that shows that you are solving a pain is that he makes a purchase. Yes. One way of validating is Kickstarter. How many people know Kickstarter here? And I know that we are starting crowdsourcing in the UAE very soon. The law has been approved. It's the first Arab country to approve the crowdsourcing law, following Saudi and Egypt are now both in discussion internally. But the beauty of Kickstarter was validation, not raising money. Because you put the idea and you make the marketing and you make a minimum viable product and you do everything and you put a price and people start asking you. And you do not go and manufacture unless they purchase the minimum required, which is the funding you put. If it gets funded, this means that even if you don't grow, you're breaking even. But the concept to answer your question, the concept of validation really goes hand in hand with what we call the life cycle, the purchase life cycle of the customer, the client or the customer life cycle. You start when you go into a new market, you start with what we call with innovators, then early adopters, then you go to the majority, the early majority, then you go to the late majority, and after the late majority, you go into what we call the ledgers. Okay, so it's not a difficult concept, but it's a big thing. But in essence, your validation, as we say here, is that your customer that you discover he appreciates what you have, and it's repeatable and scalable. If it's not scalable, it's repeatable, and they will agree on a high price. زي اللي حصل كده مثلا مع الجماعه بتوع بوينج. The customer is not scalable, but they are repeatable. Every 3 years they will need a new purchase, every 3 to 5 years, and in between they will need spare parts. So he built the business around that. Because you need to have a volume of customers that makes you profitable with a proper price so that you can sustain your business.
Yes.
And that's why
there are different levels of validation. We will talk on them quickly since you opened them when we come to almost toward the end. I will give you a hint about it.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome. Now, the customer creation, that's where you start doing marketing, and we have the customer after that building or the company building. This is the first thing. Our next break is really coming a bit late. So I won't mind if we take 10 minutes if you would like, because the next topic is heavy, which is the other approach, which is starting with the customer first, which is design thinking.
Yeah.
You don't wait. You have not an idea, you have an observation of problems in a market. So before you form an idea, that's the other approach. You go out, look at the customer first. Get your ideas from the customer. This is called human-centered or design thinking. That's going to take at least something like an hour.
And a half.
An hour, hopefully. So either we take a break now, or if you are all well to deliver on our journey, I am okay with going on now.
Okay.
So what do you say?
Break now. They said break now. One Mahim said break now.
put on the chat please. صح كده انا مش فاهم انا مش شايف الشات ليه؟ قفلت ولا ايه؟
If you want break, tell us, let us know.
Eh? What are they saying on the chat? I don't know. I can't see the chat. I'm clicking on.
Break, please, break. No problem. That's
They want
okay.
a break.
We can have a break for 10 minutes.
Okay, break 10 minutes, not 15. So now it's 8:40. We will come back. It's 9:40 at your time. We'll come back 9:15. Is that okay?
Okay.
Okay. Very good. See you in 10 minutes, guys. يا شباب ايه الاخبار؟ السلام عليكم.
وعليكم السلام ورحمة الله وبركاته.
كله تمام؟ جاهزين؟
كله بخير.
طيب هيا بنا. في حد لسه ما دخلش؟
Let's go.
Let's go. كله موجود؟
بس ده السيشن لأي ساعة؟
مين؟
السيشن لأي ساعة؟
السيشن بأي ساعة؟
لأي ساعة؟
لأي ساعة. احنا معانا ساعة ونص. يعني احنا معانا ساعة ديزاين ثينكينج وبعد كده less than half an hour to sum up. يعني hopefully ان شاء الله على 10 ونص، يعني على 11 ونص نكون خلصنا ان شاء الله.
إن شاء الله.
انتوا كلكم في الامارات ولا في حد توقيته بعدينا او قبلينا؟
إحنا فلسطين.
انتوا في فلسطين. طب انتوا نفس توقيتنا تقريبا، انتوا زي توقيت مصر مش كده؟ انتوا دلوقتي عندكم
إحنا هلا تقريبا 9.
9.
9
احنا هنخلص على 10 ونص باذن الله تعالى ان شاء الله. يعني هوبلي اتمنى يعني everything goes smooth وما تحصلش مشاكل من الاخ زوم، وهنخلص كده within an hour and a half. عشان كده انا قلت ناخد البريك دلوقتي، عشان يعني اذا كنا محتاجين بريك في اخر نص ساعه نقدر ناخد 5 دقائق تشموا نفسكم. طيب جاهزين يا شباب؟ نغوص. طيب design thinking. Design thinking is a big word. تعالوا نسأل الأول what is design؟ هو إيه التصميم؟ يعني إيه design؟ زي ما عملنا من الأول what is design؟ الناس دي قاعدة كده وبيقولوا بيعملوا design. طيب خليني أسألكم سؤال تاني. إيه الفرق بين الفنان والمهندس والمصمم؟
بدرس المهندس سنة زيادة.
لا مش بدرس
بيتشحت الصراحة، هو بيتعب جدا بس يعني مش ده الفرق.
The designer, the designer thinking about the customers more than.
طيب حد تاني؟ اوكي ثانك يو فاين. حد تاني عنده اقتراح؟ وريشة design decisions affect the consumer's view of the product. ماشي، بس ستيل ما قلتوليش الفرق بين الديزاينر والانجينير والارتست. انجينير برضه his decisions will change the customer or will affect the customers or the consumer's view of the product. ايه الفرق بين الثلاثة؟
الارتست عنده فريدم زيادة عن البقية. الانجينير في الانجينيرينج it has more stuff that he needs to stick to in order to do his job. He has some constraints that he needs to be responsible about. And the designer is just he uses his customers' words to do his job, to fit his job. He uses whatever his customer telling him into his work.
انت شخرمته خالص، شخرمت الديزاينر خالص انت كده. طيب لينا. Thank you Ahmed.
I think the difference is the purpose of doing their job. An artist is doing it to basically express him or herself. An engineer tries to apply the vision of their employer or customer, while designer tries to come up or understand what their customer or designer wants and expresses it in a way that matches their needs.
Yes, so what is the difference between him and the engineer? That's not bad, but what's the difference between him and between the engineer then?
The purpose of doing their job. Why are they satisfying their needs, the needs of their customers, or what exactly?
يعني يمكن not يعني not 100% but not bad. Thank you.
who can of them can solve the problem.
الانجينير بصمم الشيء بناء على قواعد معينة انه ثيوري. الارتست انه ايش هو بتخيل بالنسبة له برسم. الديزاينر ايش الناس بدها هو بيعمل.
That's not bad برضه. بس انا عايز قبل ما نبدا بما ان
مين
احنا
اكتر واحد فيهم بيحل مشكلة طيب؟
I think engineer.
مهندس.
طيب خلونا يا جماعه بصوا، لازم تتعلم بقى خلاص انت هتبقى entrepreneur. One of the very important skills is you compare apples to apples and oranges to oranges. So you need to put a manifesto or a criteria or something that you can compare them on. Okay? So when I get this, أول حاجة بحطها بعمل matrix وبقول I will evaluate them on three levels. فهمسك الارتست. Does he solve a problem? Does the artist solve a problem? No. It doesn't solve a problem. But does this mean إن اللي بيعمله
مش مهم؟ لا مهم.
لا مهم.
مطلوب كمان.
Any problem has a need behind it, but not every need has a problem. We will talk about that in short details later. So the artist doesn't solve a problem. He focuses on aesthetics. The main focus بتاعه is aesthetics. مظبوط؟ And his point of view is self.
هو عايز يعمل ايه؟
يعبر عن نفسه زي ما بعضكم قال. He expresses himself. طيب الانجينير does he solve a problem? Yes.
Sure.
Focuses on the problem. الانجينير مشكلته ايه؟ He's a scientific, he's a critical thinking person. He focuses on the problem. And his point of view is self. بيعبر عن وجهة نظره هو في حل المشكلة. A designer solves a problem, but he doesn't focus on the problem. He focuses on the people. And his point of view is the people. So that is the difference. أحمد كان عندك سؤال اتفضل.
And it's not questions. When you're talking about engineering, about you focusing about the problem in his own self, I want to say that I want to add like informations about that, and the engineer is trying to find to optimize the solution that he's looking for. That's just really what I want to add.
Yeah, I want to tell you why I said self. But thank you for the note. It's very valid.
No, thank you very much.
Because it's subjective. It's to a point objective from the knowledge he has. But when we define an engineer, the definition of the engineer is he solves a problem with the best effective solution. Effective solution means the best solution at a certain cost level.
Yeah, that's my point actually.
Yeah, but for him to do this, it is 100% depending on his expertise.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I said it's self. Because the two well-trained engineers, they know exactly, and they are true engineers, so they are trying to give you the effective solution. The 10 years experienced guy will give you a better, most probably, solution than the 5 years. Not because he's a better engineer, because he has more experience. So that's why I said the point of view is dependent on his experience itself.
Right.
Why I said, okay?
You make it very clear.
It's 100% valid. Yes, you're right.
Yeah, but I have like another question. It's like there is like a relationship between the engineer and the designer more than the engineer and the artist, or?
Well, actually, the designer borrows from both, as we're going to see the quality. A designer cannot neglect aesthetics. Why? Because aesthetics is something people want. It is something in psychological design, we call it visceral effect. There is a reason that when you go to buy a pencil from the library, and the pencil khalas is a pencil, if the price is almost the same, you pick from your point of view as a customer what you feel is more beautiful than the other one.
Yeah.
As far as the functional part of the value is the same, the price part of the value is the same, you pick what you think is more beautiful. That's emotional. That's the part of the psychological part. So it lies in the value. So designers usually by training, we get to study art and visual perception because it is part of what people want. But an artist studies art and visual language to express himself. And there's no problem in that because among the 7 billion people, he will produce per year 50 pieces. No problem, he's not solving a problem, he's expressing himself in 50 pieces. But out of the 7 billion, he will definitely find 50 people who agree with him on that same thing and see it very beautiful and pay money for it. Because the need of beauty, the need of self-expression is there. It is a need. But it's not for everybody, as we're going to see when we talk about the Maslow hierarchy of needs.
Okay. Thank you very much for your explanations. I appreciate that.
No. Anytime. Okay.
Thank you.
So you're more than welcome. So when we come to design, we say that design is the ultimate creative process. It's a creative process. And guess what? Guys, you're in a creative business because you're entrepreneurs.
Yeah, everybody with us today, he is differently a creative person because he decided to not to go with the whole people in the, Qatia. Yes, and he decided to make a change, and he have a point of view, and he have something that he want to prove and deliver for the world. So you are definitely creative person.
So design is the ultimate creative process as defined by scientists. It is about progress because we know that we will understand over time. It's at our core training as architects and designers to understand the main value proposition, the main problem, how to translate it to a main value proposition and then take it from there. That's where the idea minimum viable product came from. Although it is not imposed on design, because in design we talk with a different language. And design is the creation of new, innovative, meaningful things. They have to be with a meaning. If they don't have a meaning, then they are not made for people. Then you're an artist. And we say thing because design, you can design interactions, you can design objects, you can design systems, you can design services.
Yeah, every single thing about around us, every detail around us is designed. It just
either good or bad,
a minute.
It's designed.
Yeah, have a minute and look around you in your room, and every detail around you is designed.
Right. Scientists, because we want to innovate systemically. We want to solve problems systemically. So since the early 50s, and psychologists have been thinking, why when we give a problem to 10 designers and the same problem we give it to 10 engineers, the 10 engineers come with maximum 2 solutions, even though they are working alone. 4 and 6, 5 and 5, 7 and 3, but there are 2 solutions. We give it to 10 designers and everybody's coming back with a solution. Why? So they found that
they decided to put a methodology about design thinking.
before the design thinking, they went to understand how they work. So psychologically, they discovered that all designers go on 8 steps. First, they have a discovery part, which is understanding the people and the problem, the context of the problem, which is the people, the problem with everything, they understand. Number 2, they reframe the opportunity. Usually, you're presented with a challenge that we need to do 1, 2, 3. So a true designer just doesn't go because the customer told him this. No. We go out, we study, we research, and then we reframe the problem. And then there is a very important part. Anybody who has a friend who's a designer or an architect, he most probably has heard this phrase, نام عليها. We incubate it. We do not jump to conclusions. We know that a part of our brain, it's part of our training. A part of our brain will continue working on it and will do some sort of forced synthesis and association. And that's what the scientists found. It's very important to incubate it, to leave it with your brain for some time. Then we start ideating and coming up with ideas for the solution. And we come up with as much ideas as we can. We then 5 evaluate them. We choose 1 or 2 as the idea. It has to be tangible, so we have to prototype it. And then we show it to people to test it. Whether they're happy with it or not, we iterate. We keep going.
Okay.
And I like this diagram because we go in iterations, because each time we go on an iteration, we
grow.
The scope. We grow. So the whole idea of the main value proposition is very important. We start with, like a plant, we start small and we keep growing through the same steps. So after they studied that, there is a lot of history that I don't want to bother you with. But in the early 90s, a firm was merged by 3 entities called IDEO. IDEO is the biggest multidisciplinary design firm on earth. Its headquarters in San Francisco, and it has offices in 65 countries. It's the biggest by far. And they are the people who coined the terminology design thinking. So they took the 7 phases and they defined design thinking as their previous CEO, Tim Brown, a great designer. He stepped down. He led IDEO for something like 17 years as a CEO. And then he stepped down a couple of years ago. Now a lady from the company is, I don't remember her name. She is the CEO, and he went back as a designer in the company again. But he describes design thinking as design thinking is a human-centered approach to innovation. So design thinking, one of its main benefits is that it's very close to business. Because if I'm innovating something, this means I'm making something new. That something new is meant to change behavior. Then it has to be accepted by people, and it's not going to be accepted as a designer. Khalas. It has to be part of a business to keep growing.
Yeah, and when you say human-centered, it means that you are looking for a problem that human is facing every day, or he cannot solve it by himself. So you're trying to solve it by design thinking. So we start with the problem that human face. So it's called human-centered.
You have a pain that you're starting with. So design thinking is a human-centered approach to innovation that draws from the designer's toolkit. Designers, we have numerous toolkits. But design thinking is more like a great designer. His name is Donald Norman. We called him the father, the grandfather, because he's 85 years old now. He is the director of the design lab in San Diego, University of California, San Diego. Don Norman likes to say that design thinking is democratizing design. Because well-trained designers are in scarcity, but the world needs them. So we democratize the practice of design so that we can get more people to work together with the design approach until they hit a roadblock where they really need a designer, but the world didn't stop. Okay? So it's an approach to innovation that draws from the designer's toolkit to do an integration of three things. The needs of people, that's the first thing. The possibilities of the technology, because technology is not going anywhere. Everything has technology now. And the requirements for business success. Design thinking enables you to get that intersection. I like to draw it like this.
Intersection.
Technology and business. The intersection, not us, of it is definitely innovation. If you solve real problems using available technology, notice very closely the definition he said here, the possibilities of technology. He didn't say new technology. He didn't say inventions. The best innovations are using old technologies. What is the most recent fashion in the world today? AI. AI is very old. AI is not a new technology. AI was developed, patented, and people making in it PhDs by IBM in 1983. But it was very expensive. There was not enough data to go with it mainstream. So all what you're seeing, ChatGPT, Bard, blah, 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 all these bells and whistles are AI, are innovations using old technologies. Because why we are doing that? Because new technologies are expensive. You won't be able to give the value with the right price. So most usually, the most successful innovations are based on old technologies, available technologies that are cheap. You use them with a different way. And the requirements for business success, which is you are solving a problem for people that can become your customers. You're not solving a problem for people who are not going to pay for it. You have to have a relation, a business success based on building this problem. So, what are the designer's toolkits that design thinking is borrowing from? And now it's going to get interesting. So, that's why I give you a break. So, as designers, we observe, we have 5 skills that we usually use. Those are the 5 basic skills for any designer. Observation, you have to have a good eye. You have to be able to observe. You have to be very curious. The more curious you are, the more observative you are.
And you have to observe every time. Yeah, every time. You need to make it every day. You have to observe every.
It will become a habit.
Yes, it becomes.
There is a nice blog if you want to read about that. There is a very nice blog on the web called The Art of Noticing. It's a beautiful blog. Amusing and nice. It's not about business, but it's about noticing. How to notice the subtle things. That's where the opportunity is. Observation, analysis. You observe. You should be able to analyze what you observe.
So you have to take a note every time you observe something new with your eyes or with your ear. you saw something new take your attention, you have to take a note and try to analyze it to يعني توصل لأصل الحاجة، يعني هات الحاجة لحد آخرها، توصل لأصل
How do
الحاجة.
you think you can do this? How do you think you should analyze? Observe by being curious. Analyze by being
observations.
What?
By recording the observations and recognizing patterns.
Yes, but how would you analyze it? That's observation. Observation being curious about everything around you. You analyze by being inquisitive. You have to ask why. That's how you get to the root of the thing. Why? Actually, that's a tool we use. It's called the 5 whys.
I want to give an example here. The same person that Engineer Ashraf mentioned, he's normal. He said when cholera pandemic comes, don't normal, yeah. لما pandemic بتاعت كوليرا جت، هم كانوا عايزين يشوفوا يحلوا المشكلة بتاعت البانديميك. فهو كان بيقول انه مش هنحل مشكلة الكوليرا الا لو شفنا هي جت منين. طب هي جت منين؟ هي جت بسبب الصرف الصحي السيء، كان بيجيب امراض. طب الصرف الصحي السيء ده جه منين؟ جه بسبب ان في ناس ما عندهاش تويلت او يعني بتعمل في النهر او في الميه. طب ده ليه حصل؟ علشان هم homeless. if we solve the problem of homeless people, we will solve the problem of the virus of the pandemic of cholera. So that's what I mean. You have to follow the problem until you reach the main big problem you have to solve. Go deep.
اللي هو root cause. So, okay, we have a pandemic. I will give you another very interesting example. That's my example, which don't know. Back in the 90s, I was working in development. And there was a big project funded by the USAID, and we were developing, I was working in architecture. So we were teams that were developing remote villages. So our other team was about sewage. So that they went to that in the beginning of the project. They went down there, they made need assessment, they are engineers. So they made septic tanks with a certain specifications. And the report was that these septic tanks will at least carry this village with all its future growth for at least 20 years. We built the septic tanks were built in 6 months. We went after that with 3.5 years, about 3-4 years, back to the village by the end of the project to document the progress. And I was there for other reasons, me and my team, and we found that the village was complaining. The septic tanks were full. And it was a big problem. How did we make a mistake in the calculations? And the engineers started studying, going down, blah, 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 in 3 days. Of course, everybody was taken out with that. Me and my team were relaxing. Well, nobody wants to talk about what is going on with the buildings. So we spent these 2 days observing people and asking questions. So the final conclusion was that they have to break down part of the septic tank and enlarge it and blah, 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 blah. Something that's going to take 3 months and it's going to cost this extra amount of money. Big problem. And they agreed on that. But I remember my boss that time, he was the boss of the whole delegation. And he looked at me and he smiled and he told me, Ashraf, what about you and your team? What do you think we should be doing? So I told him, you're not going to like my answer. So he told me, no, please. So I told him, well, I don't think that we made the wrong calculations at the beginning. I think we missed the big picture. We didn't dig deep enough. So I told him, what do you mean? I told him, well, we've noticed and we've talked with people. This village is immigrants from non-farmers, non-peasant population. So when they came to this village, the only crop that they actually plant and grow is cauliflower. That's it. So they only eat this. So he told me, so I told them, well, we made a very quick research and we found that the stool that comes from only eating this is insoluble. That's why the septic tank filled up very quickly. The assumptions was that they eat normal food. Based on that, we've built a normal septic tank. So normal food is usually soluble. It goes down in the ground. This thing didn't go in the ground. It actually filled it up. So I told him, I'm not following it. I told him, instead of breaking that septic tank, I think we should clean it. And with the money, we should teach these people with the extra fund to grow other crops. So they have a better life. ويعملوا زي الناس. So they don't fill up the septic tank. And everybody in the room started laughing. I was not kidding. That was the cause root.
Because you go deep to the root of the problem. That's the point here.
I never went back to the village, but I bet that 4 years after that, the septic tank got filled. So they got another fund and they ditched the one not, and they built another one bigger. 5-6 years it got filled, and so wasted money.
Yes, it will never end.
So we observe, we ask why, and then we don't find reasons, we synthesize. Does anybody knows what synthesis is? We force relationships. If there is no relationship, but they are happening, we need to imagine what the relationship is for. So this is the first part of the skills that you guys are going to be using with us in the next coming 10 to 15 minutes. So design thinking is not a 7 or 8 stages. It's boiled down to 5-stage process. It is non-linear, which means you can start with anyone and jump to any step, anytime. And most important, it's iterative.
It's iterative.
You repeat it. I like to draw it like this. Stanford School of Design draw it in hexagons. Other people draw it in a linear. And this is our version in intersection. It's a 5-stage. It's non-linear.
Start with define the problem.
And you keep going. It starts with people.
Mm-hmm.
When you started in the very beginning, you have to start with people. After that, it's non-linear. And we call this part empathy or empathize. Then we have the reframing of the problem. Then we think, we ideate, generate as many ideas as we can. Then we
don't judge
ideas and we prototype them. So we can get feedback. Based on the feedback, we either go to the people or maybe go build another prototype or maybe go directly and redefine the problem or maybe go and ideate again. It's after that, it's iterative but not linear.
Yes.
So empathy, the first step is empathy. Empathy is simply observing your customers. We start empathy by observation.
It's putting yourself in the shoe of your customer.
We go out, as Kariman said, that you go listen and look with your eyes and your ears. You don't talk to anybody. You just observe.
Observe.
Observe them. When you observe them, you will find gaps. Then you can engage and ask them. And we do not give them surveys. We interview them. We ask them open-ended questions about the gaps. Let them tell us stories. And when we engage, we go in pair. One is asking the question, the other one is writing and watching. And then—
And don't ask questions that ends with yes or no.
Yeah, we don't ask.
Important.
You have to ask open-ended questions.
Yes. Let him talk. Let your customer talk.
And then you immerse yourself. Then you can understand them, so you are one of them. When you observe, you have to have the quality of humility, which means no ego.
No ego, yeah.
Yeah, I am the entrepreneur. I'm the problem solver. I am the big guy. No ego. Yeah, it's making my thumb. Yeah. No ego. You have to be very humble, a very good listener. Caring. When you talk to people, you have to show genuine caring. You're here to empathize, not to sympathize. Empathy is different than sympathy. Sympathy comes with an upper hand. You're not here to patronize people. You're here to be one of them.
Yeah, feel them.
And you have to be very curious. Otherwise, you will not be able to make all of this. When you engage with them, understand their body language. You go in pair because somebody's asking, the other one is watching the tone of voice, the poses. What are the skipped points? He writes all of this. What is not being said, avoided, or covered? And you always lead with stories. And know what to ask and how to ask. You will only be able to engage like this if you observe at the beginning. Because if you ask the wrong question, you've lost them. They will lose you. Number one, they will give you wrong information. Number two, they will use it.
Leave you. And they will leave you and go.
Yes. There is no coming back from that.
Simply.
I have to send a new team. And as entrepreneurs, we don't have teams. When you empathize, you have to understand what I like to call the hierarchy of reasoning. Every human being, ربنا خلقه, thinks with the same way. Human beings from the day of creation are looking for reason. Why? Anything you do has a why. And when you justify the why, you start thinking of how you're going to do it. Only when you know why and how, you can have specs. That's the what. If you use this to observe people, you will discover that the why, the what is what they say and do. You take it from down. You want to understand why they are doing this. So you observe what they are doing and saying, then you can start understanding their behavior. And the behavior will explain their emotions. You understand part of the emotions, then you will be able to find new behaviors that will guide you to new what's, to new sayings and doings. So you will observe those sayings and doings that will lead you to another behavior. That by going up and down from concrete to abstract and from abstract to concrete, you will start eventually having a lot of data on the emotions of your users, the feelings of the behaviors of your users, what they are doing and what they are saying. This empathize is to be in the shoes of your customer. You need to understand how they feel, think, and behave. That's the ultimate goal. You want empathy. At the end of the empathy phase for your customers, you need to feel, to know how they feel, think, and behave. And the biggest example of empathy is Henry Ford, the innovator of the car. I don't like to call him the inventor of the car because he invented nothing. He actually innovated. The combustion engine was there. He understood the cost problem and he expressed it beautifully. He said, if I had asked people what they wanted, not observed what their pain was, they would have told me faster horses. They had no problem with the horse. They loved the horse. They still love the horse until now. It's his observation, analysis, and synthesis that led him to understand that there is a bigger problem, which turned to be the main value proposition of the car. When you finish the empathy, you have better understanding. We're going to see a very quick movie that has been done by IDEO to one, I think, Mayo Clinic, or I don't remember which clinic it is. It's a big health care center in the States. And we had permission from IDEO to subtitle it with Arabic, to translate it into Arabic so that people can really go with it and use it in our internal training. And here it is. Cleveland Clinic. طبعا الفيديو ده يعني من الحاجات القوية جدا اللي بيخلينا يعني نركز قوي ونحس بالناس حوالينا. طبعا هو في اكسرسايز بس انا خايف ان الوقت هيعدي مننا. كان في اكسرسايز ده هياخد له تلت ساعه على الاقل، في فيديو بنتفرج عليه وبنعمل عليه امباثي و فيعني غالبا هنضطر ان احنا نسكيبه لان هو ده لوحده بياخد حوالي نص ساعه. طيب انا عملت الاوبزرفيشن. We made observation and we did everything. Then we have to go and synthesize. We need to put all this information in a form that we can come out with solid conclusions. What are these solid conclusions? But what before the solid conclusions, how do we look at this information? We want the feeling. ما قلنا ايه قبل الفيديو؟ We said empathy is about understanding how they feel, think, and behave. Okay, I got their feelings, their thoughts, and their behaviors. أعمل بيها إيه؟ We synthesize it. The synthesis happens in one of two ways. We unpack and synthesize all the findings we had using one of two tools. Empathy maps is one, and the other one is we call the journey map. Okay. The empathy map looks like this. This is an empathy map from IBM. When you observe, we have...
You divide it in 4 parts and you put ideas and sticky notes in every part of the 4 parts. You have to put think, say, feel, and does.
So I like to do it like this. You can do it on a whiteboard, or if you're a small team, just get up an A4 or A3 piece of paper, some sticky notes. You draw the persona or the customer, because when you look at your customers, you will find there are differences. So you group them, put the different groups, give them a name, each group, and we look at what did they say from our observation. We get all the notes. You start putting all what they said.
And use the sticky notes because it's memorable. You can memorize it anytime when you are going out to in validation journey or whatever. So use it like as it is.
And then what did they do? We put it on one side. Then when we made interviews and when we were listening, we know how they thought, what they thought. I think I should be doing this, but I am feeling afraid to do it. So I have thoughts and I have feelings. Now, after we all put them all, we start synthesizing. So we take the says along with the do. He said this. What did he do? He did this. Why?
And you will surprise.
Because you know المثل المصري بيقول لك اسمع كلامك اصدقك اشوف امورك استعجب.
Yeah.
So when we do this, we come up with what we call needs and pains. The juxtapositioning and the synthesis of what they say and what they do reveals the pains and the needs. And then the juxtapositioning and the synthesis of the thoughts and the feelings gives us insights, gives us why are these pains and these are problems. The other one is a journey map. The journey map, this is a photo from Nelson Norman Consultancy.
This is the empathy map. Fill in.
This is the empathy map. The empathy map is different. The empathy map أو the journey map عفوا the journey map is like you see كده 3 عمدان 3 columns. Any journey for a customer to do something has 3 things, three stages: pre, during, and after. And you want to put your findings in 4 rows. The phases, maybe the pre is just 1 phase, it might be 6 phases. What are the action he does on these phases? What was he thinking on these 3 phases? How was he feeling on these phases? Sometimes you can take the entire journey, the pre, during, and after. Sometimes you will have, it depends on the case, on the problems you're trying to solve that you got from the empathy map. You're putting more insights here. This gives us insights. Maybe you get it on the pre-on. And the emotions, for simplicity, is either happy, neutral, or not satisfied.
I think here we can clarify this with an example. If we assume that customer want to buy a new car, what he will do?
Phases? What are the phases? Before he buy the car, he will ask his friends, he will look up the web, he will start going to showrooms, he will make a drive test. These are different phases, or we call them touch points. So you observed, you want to solve a problem in the car purchase market. So you went down and you observed them. You made an empathy map, and now you are analyzing the journey map. So the phases, what did he do in each action point? Okay, that's known. What was his thoughts and how he was feeling? This shows you the proper pains. So this gives you more insights on which pain to start with. Eventually, we end up telling all of this. We end up, this is a real map from Nielsen again. You see how it looks like? These are the 3 stages, pre, during, after. And then we have the 4 rows. Everything has stages. This is about a museum. Visiting, this was for a service for a museum. So before I go to the museum, before I visit the museum, what they were doing, they had 3 stages. She's in school, she received an assignment, she visits the website. Then she needs to go to the museum. So during the museum, she goes to the museum, she gets a ticket, she asks for the tour, she gets lost on the way with 2, and then she asks to get back. What were her emotions in all of this? You start seeing the ups and downs. This gives us insights on which is the biggest problem that we came up from the same data. Using the empathy map, we come with a list of needs and some insights. If we really want, if it's problematic and we want to prioritize these needs, we do a journey map. These are like a couple of tools. I don't want anything more than this from you now. You're not meant to be experienced designers, but you have to understand your customers. This ends eventually with needs and insights. Prioritize needs, which are pains, and insights on those pains. Like this, empathy has finished. Now that we know our customers, we have
define the problem,
and we have insights, we reframe the problem. We reframe the problem in what we call an actionable, human-centered problem statement.
Again, we come to the human-centered
point of view. So that's what we said designers do. Their point of view is from the point of view of the people. So that's an actionable, human-centered problem statement, point of view. Lucky, it has a standard way to write it. It's very easy. if you made your synthesis, you write a good POV. A good POV gives you what we call it FFI, gives you focus, frames the problem, inspires your team. FFI. A good problem statement or point of view provides reference for evaluating your ideas, REI. And gives you the ability to brainstorm on the idea of ideation by asking how might we solve this problem? HMW. And it has a standard format. That standard format looks like this. You start with the user needs to, and you put the most important need that you came up with. Because, but surprisingly, and you put that aside. That's an actionable thing. Now we can take that thing and say, how might we, and ideate and use it to evaluate the ideas. Give you an example. A company that is doing biscuits, they are in the fast-moving commodity goods, FMCG. So these people do chipsy, they do chips, they do nuts, they do biscuits. And a usual thing that happens in these companies, that marketing comes to the product team and tells them, we need to enter, we need to increase, the company, needs to increase its revenues next year by 20%. We need to make a product to sell to teenage girls. That's a very bad problem statement. Why? Because it's about the company. It's not about the user. A better problem statement is teenage girls in high school needs to eat a snack in the middle of the day to stay alert. Yet, that's the insight, they shouldn't be eating junk food because they form the most calcium of their bodies in this age. You see this problem statement? You can brainstorm on it hundreds of value propositions and hundreds of rules. It's all about the customer and her urgent need and the insight around that need. You can make noodles. When we come to ideate, we can make it fast food, we can make it a dessert. That's the value proposition. And then if it's a dessert, we can make it in a cup, we can make it frozen, we can make it blah, blah, blah. The important thing is that it has to be natural, it has to be filling. We're solving the problem. We're coming with a value proposition. Ideation.
In this stage, the most important thing here is to let the idea come out of your brain. If you are team, don't judge any idea come out of your mind. So let it go, and just it's about quantity, not quality of the idea.
You need to think out of the box, generate as much ideas as you can.
As much as you can, yeah.
Defer judgment. Don't judge them now. Just let them flow.
If it looks silly, if it looks
even if it looks silly, I'll come to silliness حالا. Use different techniques. The goal is to get as many ideas as possible. And we do that in multiple sessions. If we made a session 8 hours today and we came up with 8 ideas, that's great. We take a break second day and we do something else. We can the day after and we ideate again and we come with another 10. Apple doesn't move to doing prototypes unless they have at least 40 different ideas per iteration. They can keep ideating after they have a problem frame, they can keep ideating for months before they move to prototype and judge. What are the techniques? Brainstorming. We all know brainstorming. Somebody stands like in the picture, we ask a question, ideas start flowing, and the guy is working as a moderator. He starts writing. He's not the best guy, he's the best guy in managing the meeting. Because if brainstorming is not managed, it turns into a سوق. تبقى سويقة. زي البربرة كل قاعد يتكلم blah 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 blah. Nobody's listening to nobody. Or we can make a brainwrite. Brainwrite is like brainstorming, but we don't talk. We write and we move the paper around. And if anybody is stuck, here comes the silly thing. And I've tried this several times. It's beautiful. It never fails me. Worst idea possible. If the team is not getting good ideas, I stop and they tell them, guys, we're trying to solve the problem of teenage girls. Let's try to give them bedtime. What can we do to get her commit suicide second day? What is the worst idea we can do? And people start laughing. But then it's like a backfire. They start generating bad ideas. Suddenly, in the midst of the bad ideas, a light shines. Then everybody gets serious. And we start and we come up with 2-3 good ideas. Another way, which is very famous, is using Scamper. Scamper stands for substitute. Okay, the teenage girl is eating a snack. What if we substitute the snack with a sandwich? Substitute. Okay, what if we combine sweet and sour? Do you think where sweet and sour came from? It came from combining. We're trying to combine things that never combined before. Adapt something different. Modify something existing. Put to another use. What if how can we use Uber to solve the teenager girls problem? Oh, maybe we can make a platform where the girls in the morning can post what they want to eat, and then the moms of them can make some money by sending them the snacks at a discount. That's an idea. That's how we generate ideas. ما بينزلش علينا الوحي والله العظيم. والله يخرب بيت التلفزيون اللي بوظ دماغكم. ما بنحشش ولا بنشرب خمور وحشيش عشان نطلع ideas. They have techniques. There are ways to look for inspirations. And Scamper is one of more than 110 documented ways of generating ideas. Eliminate. What if we eliminate? That's how the keto diet was created. Eliminate carbohydrates. What would happen? Reverse. So these are the words of Scamper. This is some of the techniques. You need to stay visual at this stage. You have to sketch. Don't tell me you don't know how to draw. If you write, you can draw. Drawing is very easy. Use the 5 basic elements: circle, square, triangle, line, and dot. Everything you want to draw can be created with these 5 elements. Everything.
Why you have to be visual? Because it's more memorable than writing. If you draw a sketch and relate it to the writing that you are maybe you are writing thoughts or ideas, and you draw sketches, you will memorize it faster.
And because your heart, your brain has 2 hemispheres. The right side is based on intuition, and it's the visual side. The left side is more logical. you want them to talk together. The only way to make them talk together is to sketch and write in the same time, to associate them and cross-reference the two parts of your brain. And this enables you, when you observe, شوفوا بصوا بقى تاني احنا ideation gets us back to observation. It makes it ties them all together. You hear, see, think, they are all tied by the sketch. So we stay visual, we think outside of the box, and we use the different techniques to come up with as many ideas as we can. At that part,
Yusuf, we almost finished. Yusuf, he said that he have university in the morning and he wants to leave.
Okay. If he has to leave, he can get excused.
He can leave. It's okay. It's recorded.
I think it's recorded. I have to ask the organizers. Okay. The second part of the skills, we said that you observe, we analyze, we synthesize. The second part that we all designers do is that we sketch and we build. We sketch, as we said, using the the different primitives, and we build, as we're going to see, which is prototype. And in prototyping, as you see in this picture, we talk about rapid prototypes. So what is a prototype? Prototypes are representations of what you are intending to build. But since you are still, even after you empathize with your customers and you have a good idea of what you're doing, you still have to test it. So you cannot build it. So again, prototyping comes again to the part of validation and the minimum viable product. So we build inexpensive versions of the problem solution.
Have to be inexpensive.
And so that it has to be quick, and we share it with internally, and we share it with the customers to get feedback.
And we can develop it faster.
So what is a prototype? There are different types of prototypes. There are rapid prototypes. This is what we're talking about in business. In entrepreneurship, rapid prototypes, quickly prototypes. There are what we call technology prototypes. These are usually the output of R&D. And R&D is not for entrepreneurs. Big companies spend money on R&D to have technology to work on it after 7-8 years, not to use it now. Technology prototypes, COVID. We got vaccines out in 10 months. The technology of this vaccine is 8 years old. It was a prototype. It was turned into a product after 8 years. So R&D or technology prototypes are for R&D. It's not for entrepreneurs. We have functional prototypes. Functional prototypes are mock-ups, working mock-ups of a prototype. We don't go into functional prototypes unless we are 100% sure that this is what we want to build. And then finally, we have fabrication prototypes. If you're doing hardware and you're going to send it to a fabric, to a company like Apple, they have fabrication. After they finish the iPhone and they go to the phase, before they fabricate it in-house to send it to Foxconn in China for them to make the toolings and everything for their. There is paper material for the prototyping, for the rapid prototype. The most famous thing is paper, foam core, polyester foam, thermoplastic sheets, polyethylene boards, wood, cheap wood like balsa wood, and clay, and of course, graphics and paint. For me, my preferred, سواء in my work with Kariman or even before I met Kariman, all over my life, I've done miracles using paper and white glue. Unbelievable. You can build an entire chair using newspapers and white glue in 3 hours. And leave it for a couple of hours to dry. You can sit on it and try it. Unbelievable. That's what we mean with prototyping. It's part of understanding the customers. The whole idea is to go back to the customer with what you discovered and give him something to try before you rush into manufacturing it. There is a workflow, a very logic workflow for your prototyping. You plan, review your objectives, sketch out the layout. Then you prepare yourself. Either you draw it in 2D templates, or maybe you have to make a 3D file on the computer. Then you make the parts. There is only one way of doing things, additive or subtractive. يا هتجمع يا هتطرح. There is no third way. So it forces you, even the prototyping, even in the very early stages, it forces you to think how you're going to build it. So you build the parts. The final stage is assemble them. And if you need to give it some painting, some color to give it life before you give it to people to test. Finish the prototype, we go and test. Testing is really simple. It's about using and logging. You give it to people to use, and when they are using, what are you doing? Here is testing. We started with what? Here, with empathy. Let me get the pencil to annotate. And empathy is about what? Observation. So you give it to people to use, you observe and log. Question against the criteria. What are they saying? What are they using? Is this in line with what I observed? Is this in line with what we agreed on? Are there better ideas that we missed out that concurs with this? Jump back to any step if needed and iterate. As Steve Jobs put it, design is not just what it looks like and feels like. Remember, aesthetics important. But design is not about aesthetics. Design is about how it works.
It's all about function, how it works, the functional of the product.
Your solution or idea that concurs with your customers after a couple of iterations is actually your value proposition. And your value proposition is the heart of your business model. We're going to take a coffee break so that we can finish at 10:30, if you don't mind. Is it necessary for prototypes to be tangible? Can it be form of graphical presentations? Yes, it can start as graphical presentations. Sometimes I'll give you an example. I was working maybe 10 years ago. We had a customer that wanted us to redesign a service, a workflow in a bank. So most of our ideation was flowcharts. When I did that, the team said, okay, very good, the idea is nice. I told them, no, we're going to prototype. And they started looking at me. Prototype what? This is a service. I told them, who said that we cannot prototype a service? So we called the customer. We got a blueprint of the plan. We printed it on scale 1 to 50 on a cardboard. We got some chess pieces where we colored and changed and made them roles. This is the bank manager. This is the teller. These are the customers. And we started putting them on the board and moving them with our hands in the way of the flow that we thought is best. And the surprise was that flow that everybody was happy with had huge holes that were only visible when we started moving things around. So that's a prototype. Sometimes prototype could be role playing. Can we do that for the competition then? What do you mean?
I didn't understand. رديت على السؤال اللي قبله. Graphical presentation.
Okay, until you tell us what you mean, I can't understand. I can't answer you because I don't understand the question. Part of prototyping, because you are entrepreneurs, is to put the solution and try it on your business model canvas. Now you have a prototype that the customer said it's okay. Can we do the prototype digitally for the competition? For the competition here, yes, you can do it, of course. One way now that is considered of the rapid prototyping is 3D printing, because it's cheap now. It wasn't 3-4 years ago, but it's cheap enough now. So it might be easier if you are doing something small or for assembly, they can do it in 3D printing, yes. So your business model, you're gonna put your product in testable, because at the end of the day, that's another part of the validation. Yeah, you validate that the product is okay with the solution is okay with your customer. Then you make a product with it and you validate that the product is acceptable. A third level of validation that you're going to be able to make money out of that product. Because if the product solves a problem, it's acceptable with the customer, but you're going to lose money on it. There's no point of doing it. You're going to close doors anyway. So the only way, the rest of prototyping is to put it on a business model. So what is a business model? A business model, put simply, is how a startup or a company creates, delivers, and captures value to and from its target customer. It's all about value, as we said. So how are you going to create this value? How are you going to deliver this value to your target customer? And what value are you going to take back from that customer? Nothing is for free, as we said. The real breakthrough, although it's very simple, that happened in 2010, after 8 years of study by Alex Osterweiler, is the business model canvas. So the business model canvas actually breaks the business into 9 clear blocks. At the very center of it is your value proposition. And we said the value proposition doesn't come without a customer, because value is value if value. So whenever you say a value proposition, you have to say to whom target customer it is. Now, we have a value and we have a customer. How to build it? What are the key activities and key resources needed to create it? How are we going, and who partners can help us in this creation?
And how can we deliver this value to the customer?
How are we going to deliver it? And how can we keep relation with our customers? Remember, you need to make a customer
and keep them.
And keep him. Then, how much will it cost? The activities, the resources, and the channels. That is called cost structure. And how much money I'm going to take from the customer. Now, let's give an example of Google. Let me clear this annotation.
I know, guys, that you are tired now, but please focus on this example because it's very important.
So we said that the value proposition of Google search was free search. It's free. So for them to do free search, how are they going to deliver it? Who are their customers? All the web surfers. They will deliver it through google.com. They still do until now. And they're taking nothing. It's free. But what did they take for that? They captured keywords. What are people looking for? So it's not free.
Data.
They took the data. What are you doing? Now, how to build this? The key activities is software development, platform management, managing service, or expanding reach. What resources they need? They need search platform data centers. This gives them cost. They don't want partners now. Revenue minus cost equals profit. They don't have any money in, so it's a loss. So they took the key search, the captured data, and made another value proposition to another customer. Targeted advertisement. To whom? To advertisers. They know who is looking for what, who is searching for what. So to take this targeted ads, they availed it through google.com and a product called AdWords to advertisers. They made it a bid. And every web surfer who clicks on the advertisement, the advertisers pay money on auctions. So they started making money.
Profit.
I don't have it here, but I will continue the story. Now they are making money, so they want to increase the web surfers. So they went to another channel that is called web browsers. So here they needed partners. So they went to Microsoft, Apple, and Firefox. Before they made Chrome, they could have made Chrome immediately, but they understand very well they don't need to make Chrome now. Why spend money on making Chrome? Notice that they didn't spend any money more on the activity. The product of targeted ads that is generating money is done with the same activities of the free search. There is no extra cost. So why would I do a browser now and add software development? No. They went to Microsoft, Apple, and Firefox and told them, guys, we noticed that you have a very big bar, title bar. What if you open a field there for search? We will give you the code. And in that field, you say search by Google. And we will give everybody of you a unique identifier. So all the search that comes from your browsers, we're going to revenue share with you whatever money we are making. That is called expanding reach. So he added partners to increase the free search. He added a channel, which is the browsers. So what happened? The free keywords increased, which in turn increased the targeted ad, which in turn increased the money. This is called a double tier business model. Is that you provide something to somebody, you capture non-monetary value, where you can turn this non-monetary value into monetized value to another type of customer. This is the business model of Google. It made it billions. So to sum up, here it is. It's موجودة والله أنا ناسي السلايد دي. Here it is.
أنا برضه استغربت قلت هي اتشالت امتى. تمام.
So how does this thing work? 4 steps. Focus on value. Steps and iterations. Get out of the office. Go to the customer. And assess and pivot. And the 4 steps are true whether you're using the customer development or you're using design thinking. In both sides, you need to focus on getting the value right. Start small and go into iterations. You have to get out to the customer. Either you assume at the beginning and get out to the customer, or you get out into the customer and then ideate. Nothing is going to happen inside the office. And then make honest assessment. Don't fall in the love with your ideas. If you need to pivot, pivot. To summarize, be agile and get busy. Get out of the bloody office. Iterate. Pivot if needed. And remember a very important thing that Kariman told you. Pivot is not failure. Pivot means you're one step closer to truth. Thank you. And we have 10 minutes for questions.
And it's not easy to be an entrepreneur and build up a business, but it's not impossible. So you have to be patient.
بصوا أنا عارف الجماعة هيزعلوا مني. My partners GIA هيزعلوا مني, but I will tell you something in Arabic because I don't know how to. I can say it in English as well, but I will say it in Arabic first. And I mean it. Take it from a serial entrepreneur in this region for the last 35 years. You see this bald head? It's from being a serial entrepreneur. It's from the stress. The simple rule, try not to be a serial entrepreneur in the Middle East. If you succeed, take it to the extent. The most important thing, عيشة الانتربرنور عيشة زبالة. The entrepreneur life until you succeed is a miserable life. It's a garbage life. It's not for the heart-fainted people. If you're not comfortable living in uncertainty, if you're married or you have a partner who's not comfortable with living in uncertainty, don't do it. It comes at a cost. Success in it comes at a cost. Believe me, I know. We just mentioned Jeff Bezos at the beginning. Even Jeff Bezos, his wife filed divorce. She couldn't take it. Even after he made the money, she couldn't take it. It comes at a cost. So, thank you for listening. If you have any questions, we can start with them tomorrow. I know that we had a lot to digest, but this is the case of GITEX. Time is tight. You all have ideas. I would appreciate if you have some time tomorrow, if you sit down and try to write a human-centered problem for your problem. Try to think of your customers, write down their needs, their insights. Try to think of them a little bit from our perspective. We support both the customer development and we support, of course, design thinking. But I'm a big believer, and Kariman is a big believer of this as well. That's why we joined forces 2 years ago. Of that, we are more delivering into a time where design thinking or human-centered design is a better approach to entrepreneurship. It's a quicker path to success. Less risky. Maybe needs more work, but it's the same investment and it's less risky. Thank you for your patience, everybody. Sir, are you married? Yes, I was. And that explains the cost. استريحت? Okay. Okay, everybody. Thank you for listening. We will be here tomorrow, inshallah, the same time. We will talk about something more fun, which is when you have your venture proper and you think you have the right data, how to tell your story. And that's very, very important. So we'll see you tomorrow, inshallah, at 5. And hopefully we will see you all in Jitex, inshallah, Rabbil Alameen. We will be there with Jitex, inshallah. Thank you, Shabab. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ashraf and Kariman.
Thank you so much.
I appreciate so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ashraf and
See you
Mr.
tomorrow,
Kariman.
inshallah.
Inshallah.
Thank you very much. Take
Thank
care.
you very much, doctor.
Thank you.
Thank you. You're welcome. You're more than welcome, guys. Thank you.